Disclaimer: the information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
Innovative, revolutionary, stellar development, purest universal knowledge. In a transformative, futuristic design. The Universal Body Enhancement Spaceship Unit. The very first new evolutionary spaceship technology has been rolled out for mass production. Our Universal Body Enhancement Spaceship Unit is constructed from high-quality materials carefully selected by our team of experts. Embedding the essence of the new GAN's plasma science and technology, it uses collective plasma field technology for changing and enhancing the environment of the body of the man. This new plasma enhancement changes the environment of the body to allow it to return to its natural, balanced, energetic condition, as in the womb of the mother, allowing every cell in the body of the man to find its natural, original field strength balance. The shape and field distribution in this new space plasma technology replicates the inner structure of the universe and replicates the balance fields from which the man was created at the point of inception in the womb of the mother, not only receiving balance in the physical, but also in the emotional sense too. For the first time in the history of man, a system has been developed and delivered which not only enhances the physical body of the man, but also enhances the emotional part of the user of the system, hence reducing and eliminating many problems that could not be solved in the world of science, to bring the body of the man into near perfection, as at the time of birth. This new spaceship technology can be within the reach of every man today and can be ordered by medical practitioners, sports specialists, and healthcare centers. The Universal Enhancement Spaceship Unit, the future you have been waiting for, is here. The journey from space to spaceship technology has started. Every order is subject to a contractual agreement and might require additional accessories priced separately for applications according to each case. You can order or contact us at office@at.kfm.global for additional information.
Welcome everyone to the Keshe American Knowledge Team for May 8th, 2022. I thank you all for being here and being a part of disseminating this knowledge, whether it's through the GANs, the reactors, or just interacting with magnetic fields, because that's what this knowledge basically is. It's an interaction of magnetic fields that we share. You can't put the knowledge in your pocket, so to speak, or in your pocketbook. And we're very privileged to have been touched by this knowledge and are willing to share it with the others. Although the others haven't come along yet, we've just been a little bit privileged to be able to see it before many of the others, even in our own families or our lovers or other people, friends and colleagues and so on. Many of them seem to walk away from this knowledge, but we know in the future and in the near future, they're going to start to see some amazing things. And many people have asked me, where is it? We want to see it. Show us first, and then we'll believe. But we believe already without seeing, and so you're very blessed in that position. Today is Mother's Day, and if anyone has anything to say, we want to thank all the mothers. We've all come from a mother. We know the birthing situation in the future will be much different than it is today, as we're creating a new children of Mitra will appear on this planet. Children that won't kill, that may not eat as much or may not drink as much. And these will be the new children of Mitra. And this is the gift that Mr. Keshe has given to this planet. We don't realize it yet, and it's hard for us to comprehend this at this point. But the children of Mitra will be a totally new soul, and maybe that's what we see in Lisa's video, this new creation or this new soul that's being created. We know the birth will change, and it'll be up to the mother or the parents to decide the type of birth they want to have in the future. So we just want to thank all the mothers. We've all had a mother, I would assume, on this planet, but maybe some have, as Mr. Keshe said, a third of the people on this planet. And that doesn't always mean human beings. That can mean vertical people as well as other horizontal people, such as cats. And maybe they haven't gone through the birth process. Maybe they've just transmuted in so many ways and continued their existence on this planet, as Mr. Keshe says he has done. But we do owe a great deal of gratitude to the mothers who've raised us. Maybe some weren't perfect and others were too doting over their children and so on. We don't know all the interactions that have gone on there. So if anyone wants to say anything about motherhood and mothers, I think on this planet, as Mr. Keshe has revealed, at one time there were only women. And we may go back to that position in the near future. I know he said that many of the rulers or the leaders of nations or other entities will be women because they cherish life apparently more than the men do. And apparently there was some sort of change that occurred. I think some women got jealous of one another and then turned into a man, and then the man got rid of many of the women on this planet. But it's going to come full circle where we will see, as we've heard Mr. Keshe say, that the Miss Harris will be the first female American president, as I understand it. And the way things are looking, that may be just around the corner. Salamia said she's written a poem for mothers and fathers too. Would you like to read the poem, Salamia? Maybe she can't hear me at this point. Salamia,
yes, I do. I am happy to share with you. Just a moment, because I have to translate it in English.
There's no
Because
problem.
I wrote it in Romanian. And
This is your own creation?
yes.
Oh, beautiful, beautiful. So it's not copyrighted, or we don't have to give any acknowledgement for it. I
Yeah,
know my
course.
mother, her first child didn't make it out of the hospital. Apparently, they were giving her that fluorescimide or something like that to hold the child, and the child never made it home from the hospital. So I was the next in line to be born in my family. So I was probably a little bit spoiled, as losing the first, when you got the second one, it almost was like the first one. But I always wish I had an older brother. But now I think Mr. Keshe is my older brother, even though he's a little bit younger than I am. So that's the way I'm looking at it. But my mother actually was quite doting over me. And maybe that spoiled me a little bit, or maybe it gave me more insight to see how loving a mother could be. But if you're ready, Salome, go ahead.
Yes, I'm ready. Is already translated in English now, and I will read for you in English.
Thank you. Thank you.
Father Eton, with peace floods us. I adore you every second. From the rays emanating the wind, the fragrance, through the plasma grains in the holy water. Father Eton, with peace floods us. I wish you with every hour the corolla of wonders is blooming. The world sings through Isis, Mother Isis, sunny, rainbow, rainbow, sonnet with peace in the aura. I love you with every moment. By Ra eyes lifts the sky, and the spirit unreveals my mystery, the ray of the Creator. It makes waste. The peace flourishes, elevated. The soul oasis is saved. Mother Mitra. Thank you very much for listening me. In Romania is the Day of Fathers, and at the international level is a Day of Mothers. So I wrote this for fathers and mothers. And in my poetry, father is Aton. I mean the king of the sun, the creator in the mythology of Egypt. And all religions just brought from Egypt the mythology of sun. And Isis, Mitra, Shakti, all deity, feminine deity, deity Hathor, they are the feminine power, I mean the creation. And all we are the children of the sun, Aton, and of the mother, Mut. Mother is a feminine principle, and humanity needs equilibrium between these two wings, feminine and masculine, because humanity is like a bird, is not able to fly without equilibrium between masculine and feminine principle between creation and between force. If masculinity is force, feminine principle is creation, is peace. Now we need peace. Nowadays, tomorrow is 19 May, is a victory. We celebrate the victory of the Second World War. I hope tomorrow will be the victory of all humanity for searching peace. And I kindly ask you now to send our wish for the world peace. Now, floods of peace starts from our soul to the soul of all decision makers of this world. We send love, we send peace for the unity of all humankind. We are just a body. We are all but one country. Mankind is but one country, and all we are citizens of this country. Planet is just a spaceship, as Keshe Foundation considers, and all we are a single, a unique race, human race, on this big nation of the blue planet. All what we need is peace. If we have peace, we can have progress, we can have abundance, we can have development, we can have all what we need on this planet, which we share at the soul level. We share all the beauty, and we enjoy our peace, our unity at the soul level, because all we are interconnected at plasma level, behind the space and time. Everything is together. We are a whole. Humanity is a whole. Universe, Unicos is a whole. And if we are a whole, we are not able to fight one against other. We cooperate. We are brothers and sisters of the same mother, Mother Mitra, and of the same Father, the Creator. Creator, which is like a sun, and the Creator is in all of us. The Sun in all of us is the Creator, is the energy of the divine race of the Sun. Our love is this divine Sun. And now let's enjoy the peace and share the peace with all leaders of the world, with all citizens and beings of our beautiful blue planet. 2 minutes only, silence. Thank you very much.
Can we wait till the Dome of Peace to do the 2 minutes? We'll include that in our 5 minutes of silence, if that's okay, Salome. I want to thank you for writing the poem and sharing the poem with us.
Much love to you, Mark.
You. And back to you as well. And women do most of the work on this planet. You think the men are the bigger and the stronger, but yet the women do most of the farming and most of the clothes making and the majority of the donkey work, let's say, but they do provide for us. And we have a lot to learn, especially in the area of multitasking, where women can do many, many tasks at the same time, where most men are confined to concentrate on one. And I know Mr. Keshe says we have a lot to learn from women. And I think they'll be in an elevated position in the very near future and take their rightful place as givers, and understanding that. I know in the Portuguese meeting on Friday, they played a short, or they didn't play the clip, they actually read part of the clip about what from the 329th Knowledge Seekers Workshop, where Mr. Keshe actually gave a little bit of a teaching on that. Maybe we could go to that. Is there anyone else who'd like to honor women or elevate the women on this planet? We do that on a regular basis as well, because many of them are in not a right position, let's say. As I said, they're working, trying to support the family, and there's so many women who are single and still trying to achieve and work and raise their family. Very stressful situations for that position. But in the future, they will be elevated and take and be honored. As Mr. Keshe said, the creator serves Mitra. He is there to serve Mitra in so many ways. And we are the children of Mitra, and there'll be new, or a daughter, as he said, will be the daughters of Mitra, the new ones in the near future that are coming to this planet to teach us. They will actually be able to teach the rest, whether they're men or women, boys or girls, on how to live and operate correctly this new soul that's being introduced to this planet through Mitra. As we've heard in that New Tomorrow video, she's gone and she's created and taken from the best of all the souls that have ever been created in the universe. And this is the new soul. And this is the gift that Mr. Keshe is giving to this planet. We don't quite comprehend all of it. We can't understand it yet at this point, but this is what's coming in the future. Maybe I'll play that. Would anybody like to say anything about Mothers or Mother's Day? We can open up the mics and say anything to honor women. And I'll just read, Salamia has put it in the chat. I adore you every second. From the rays emanate in the wind, the fragrance. Through the plasma grains in the holy water, Father Aton with peace floods us. I wish you, with every hour, the corolla of wonders is blooming. The world sings through Isis. Sunny rainbow sonnet with peace in the aura. I love you with every moment. By Ra's eye leaps the sky, and the spirit unravels my mystery, the ray of the creator. It makes waste. The peace flourishes, elevated, the soul's oasis is saved. Thank you. Thank you very much. Anyone else want to say something? But we all thank our mothers, and we're all usually very close to our mothers, because those are the ones that has delivered life and the creator of so many souls. As we know, this planet is a nursery for souls in the universe, as I understand, if I understood the teachings correctly. We could go to the 329 for a few minutes, and let's see if we can just play this short clip. Doesn't always like to.
And I of many to reality and to the facts. And as one of the knowledge seekers said, it's a shock to understand everything is different, and Adam wasn't the first thing. In fact, Adam couldn't be because he couldn't create. Adam is a giver. creation of life comes from the one who can create equality and balance, that all the cells, as in the womb of the mother, grow together in harmony and divide at the same time to create life. And body of the man, and the man as the giver does not have this ability to be correct, to just. When you have the cells in the womb of the mother, she does not give one to one and a little to the other. She gives equal because she's the creator. She wants to create. And this brings a different mentality, different understanding, justice and correctness. And this is why the behavior and the womb of the mother is the true mitra, and comes with it the woman itself. I warned for many years and many years before that the next prophet, the next cycle of generation will be a woman. And now you understand why. And there's a big difference between these two. It needs a balance within itself to be correct. Otherwise, it will become arrogant and singularity. It's the same when you put with a God or the Creator. It needs balance, otherwise it'll be the mess we've seen in singularity. It'll be very hard for many people to accept the hypocrisy they have believed in so many ways.
So, is the creator a woman? We've heard that question posed so many times, but that was just a little clip. I'd say, as he says, the women know how to bring the balance. And it's very hard for many men, let's say, to defer to the women, but I think that's what we're going to find in the very near future, where the leaders or the people, the heads of state, are going to be women because they are creators, they carry life, they nurture life, and they give pretty much equally to all. Anyone else want to add anything about women or Mother's Day?
I'd like to add something. I think that Mr. Keshe is in resonance with our thought, and especially in achieving peace, we need women, and women to be in power, to be able to elevate the souls, because woman never wants to send sons and husbands to fight in war, because they love the creation and the life. Woman is a creator of life, and as a creator of life, never wants to destroy the life, just to preserve, to protect, to love, and
To
take
nurture.
care.
I agree, 100%.
So when many women will be in power, I hope as soon as possible, we'll forget about war. We'll never think at war. We'll think only at bringing peace, harmony, and love on this planet. You will see. We will see. We have a principal role to save the soul and elevate the soul of this planet, because Mother Mitra is inside of every woman and man. Even man has feminine and masculine part. We are talking now about the feminine attributes. We have women with masculine attributes dominant, and men with feminine attributes as a dominant. And all what we need equilibrium between masculine and feminine, because feminine was left behind many years, and we give priority only to men to take power and to receive good education, and women just stay at home with children, taking care of children, of the house, being a good manager of the house, good household. And now it's time to give this noble mission of taking care of children also to men, and taking care of the house, and to share the work in the house, and to give time to women to develop themselves, personal development, and to take care of the community activities and works, community priorities. And women as a very good managers in house, they will be very good managers of the community and of the societies.
I agree. I think when you create something, it's harder to destroy it when you don't, if you do create it, than when you don't create it. And we're talking about human beings here. But I think it extends to all, even the vertical people or the other horizontal people on this planet. So we have a lot to learn from women, and I think we're going to see again a glorious time when they start to take leadership or direction on this planet, away from many of the men who don't realize it. Men are hunters and women are more nesters, and everybody likes a very comfortable and peaceful nest. And maybe with their elevation and taking these roles, we will see a very peaceful planet, along with the fields and everything else the foundation is doing. Thank you, Salome. Is anyone else, or do you have more to add?
Thank you for listening me, Mark, and all the friends.
Yes, thank you. We all support you. Another aspect of the Keshe Foundation is a streaming television network. I'd like to play something here from Angel, and we can all, maybe some of you are already participating in it, but for people who listen in the future, we're making short and small videos. And if you have those talents, you can join one of the language communities and produce some content for the TV network. So I'd just like to play an example from Angel that he had, and this is from the Spanish group, but I think most of it is in English. But these are the type of creations, and you can find these these groups on the social medias. But every language community is producing videos, which are then being forwarded to this NCG television network, which should become a main part of disseminating the knowledge on this planet. So let me play this 3-minute video, which we also saw in the Portuguese meeting on Friday. Okay, again, that was my mistake. This is a Spanish video that I don't think it was played on Friday, but anyway, it's for all language communities. And if you have the proclivity for making short videos or even longer ones, feel free to use your talents in one of the television groups that are within the different language communities of the Keshe Foundation. You'll be very welcomed, especially the younger people who seem to have so much more talent in producing videos as they make it for TikTok or these other things. Many of them are very silly, but these videos will actually help elevate humanity in so many ways and help to disseminate the knowledge across this planet. So you can use your skills in the various languages communities to elevate your own community, and then those videos will be translated into other language communities so they as well can learn more. Talking about learning more, I think we'll go to the most recent Knowledge Seekers Workshop for about 27 minutes. Now, many of you have heard the 431st Knowledge Seekers Workshop already, but we can see how deep the knowledge is. Mr. Keshe talks about the womb of the mother relating to the universal body enhancement spaceship unit. And here again, he talks about walking into the fields of the universe and what this will mean to so many different people. It's rather deep teaching. It's 27 minutes, but let's share part of it with everyone and hopefully those in the future. I know he said a lot of this teaching in that part was for some of the scientists or the theologists or other people in other institutions who listen to every word Mr. Keshe says and tries to unravel it and see if they can expand on the knowledge in their community. But it's also for the knowledge seekers as well. And many of these scientists will bring even new and greater understandings than some of the people in the Keshe Foundation currently, as I understand it. So let's take about 27 minutes and then we'll go to the Dome of Peace. Alex, I know you're in the wings of waiting to come in with a teaching. And I said we try to keep these meetings a little shorter, but let's let it take its course. And again, this will be the 431st. And what we can expect upon entering the Universal Body Enhancement Spaceship Unit. We saw one flying and we saw one stationary, but I think it's going to start with the stationary where the unit won't move, but the interaction of the fields will allow you to travel across the universe as we do in the dream state, but yet be fully conscious of what we're doing and what we're seeing and be able to bring it back and explain it and share it with the others. So again, we're going to go for about 27 minutes here. Alex, 27 minutes. And then we'll go to the Dome of Peace for a few minutes. Just let me check the proper location. Not sure.
It's an effect of his existence. And to be there, to interact, it has to have a dimension. Then, can we in the new processes come to understand this? Can we in these processes go through the condition of understanding the totality of the motion in the universe? Many of you will be shocked when you will see the enhancement flight unit's process of flight and interaction with the soul of them. Never been seen at all. It's a technology which has been hidden from man. It's understanding the process of the creation through the soul of the system, be it the aircraft, be it the flight system, be it the creator, be it another person. The new flight system, which you will see, will be unveiled in a very short time. You will see something that's never been seen before, never been comprehended, that man can reach this level of understanding that he does not even need to move his physical body, where he can transmute his soul and manifest himself even within the soul of the creator, if the man understands the strength of the transmutation and transportation of the fields of the universe. In the new enhancement units for flight, you will be baffled when you walk in. You walk in within the fields of the universe. You walk in with an understanding of the creation of the condition of the universe. Then, if your soul finds its strength within the strength of the system, and finds its position in the fields of the universe, it will be one of the most amazing flight systems man has ever seen. And its simplicity will baffle the scientists for centuries to come. You got to understand, to be able to travel within the ocean of this planet, it took man years to create submarines, to be able to hide and be inside a cocoon, we call it the submarine, to be able to move like a fish. Now we have brought the knowledge of the submarine floating within the fields of the universe, and having the ability to reach the strength of the field of the emotion of the Creator if man decides to be as pure as the Creator, detached. Where physicality and the wealth of this planet has no meaning. Where the wealth of the knowledge of the universe, where the wealth of the understanding the process of the creation is sacrosanct. Then you become that circle. Then you become that field within the embodiment of the field of the Creator. And one day, when your strength reaches the strength in power of time, you become another universe. Another attribute embedded with the fields of the Creator. Then the question comes, is the Creator within me, or am I within the Creator? The motion of the fields of the cell of the man, the amino acid of the body of the man, is another connection in line of the totality of the existence of the Creator. And we are still in that process of being created as a cell to further on to create a new dimension. And then for that again to become part of the new dimension. And then, as I've said many times, if this process exists, that we go from the soul of the Creator to creation of the universe, then there must be an environment that this universe is going into. And then the question is, what is this? Where we as a Creator, we think and we pray to and we see that the omnipotent self is part of another structure. You cannot blow a balloon in a room if the balloon has no room to grow. The universe, as we see, cannot expand with 1 million kilometers an hour if the room for it to expand doesn't exist. But where is that room? What is that room? Where is the limitation of the understanding of the man in respect to the present knowledge of humanity? Won't man lose itself when he reaches to that level of understanding? Or would man become satisfied and matured once understand this understanding? All the wealth on this planet worth nothing compared to the fraction of the knowledge of the Creator and creation for man to understand. Then you need to understand more about what you do in these gas boxes. You just made the gas. You're still in the dimension of the what we call field strength of this planet. What about when you put this gas in a vacuum? In the near future, many of you in the Institute of Keshe Foundation will do this because it's the only way we will see the reality of the interaction of the field. Where we can take one gas and change the environment of it and see it the size of a football, then see the interactions with it. If any of you have worked as much as I've done, and many of you in the laboratories where we work at -11, -12 in the vacuum condition, you see the beauty of the creation. You see how things take shape. You see creation within the vacuum chambers. We see the energy they release. After we shut down, after when they exist. When we did these tests in Bruges, in Belgium, in the Ukrainian made the special space vacuum systems. When we shut down our reactors, when we shut down everything, then the fields used to play. And then we several times could not control these fields, and they went through the channels of the fields of the man and they burned the system after it left. What are called fields transportation, transmutation, where they cannot find a space and they travel, because there is no limitation with the matter state of the man. And then can we become part of that field? Then can we become part of that, what we call non-tangible fields, and travel the embodiment of the body of the man or within the environment of the man? In the production of the new systems for flight, again in the lab, in production, our people saw the same thing. After they switched the system off, times later, the merger of the plasma fields with no electric connection has melted the board, because the fields are still in existence. The body goes to sleep, but the soul and the fields are still active. The same as you go to sleep, but everything still goes on. I call it a dream. How can we use these positions, or do we learn from them that in the future we switch off the physicality and we let the fields of the soul of the man, the body of the man, the cell of the man, to take what are called the free fall? Take the path where it is allowed by the strength it's gathered to find its position. Isn't this what happened to us when we die? But now, through understanding of the system, we do not to die, but we can be there to enjoy the fields of emotion of these fields within the system, be it interaction with the mother or the dog, or feeling how the furniture feels when I jump on it. Everything has an emotion, everything has a feeling, because it's made of the dynamic fields. Now, the science of creation goes back to the fundamental plasma. Be it a neutron in an atom, be it proton in an atom, be it an electron within an atom. In the present nuclear technology, which are always objected to the nuclear scientists, we always speak about nuclear decay. But in fact, we have proton decay, we have electron decay, which means when the fields inside build another dimension within them, and then not holding, they go through the process. Our nuclear physicists always have made this limitation that a neutron decays. God forbid. A proton came from the neutron, has the same attribute, has the same properties, has the same expansion and extension on the fields and interaction. When our scientists come to understand the process of the proton decay, electron decay, then we will move more in understanding the dimension of the creation. Then we understand that when we go through a division of an atom, it's not only that the one neutron changed or neutron position themselves. We have to see which electrons have changed as well, which protons have changed again, gave and things. Just because we see the numbers does not mean it's the same proton. It doesn't mean it's the same electron. It doesn't mean it's the same neutron. And then, if we understand this process, we go back to the fundamental process of the decay, fundamental decay, and the fundamental elements of the universe, which goes back to the process of the division of the fields of the Creator. As a nuclear physicist, this misunderstanding, this words of only neutron decays has bothered me for decades. But you cannot speak about it because they don't understand it. Even our own nuclear physicists cannot, never been taught, could never comprehend what is good for a girl, but for gander too. If it's good for the goose, it's the same thing as for the girl. if we can eat the same grass, it does the same thing in the body as the earth. This is the part of the knowledge that you as knowledge seekers now have to react, interact, understand to be able to go to the next step of the fundamental process of the creation of the elements, movement of the fields, energy transmutation, and transportation and transmutation in energy or matter state or the field state, which is part of the universal process of creation. The reason I brought this topic up is that when you see the new enhancement flight systems, you wonder, what does it do till you get in it? But when you got in it, what can I do? The process is for knowledge seekers to understand the interaction of the fields of the plasma. Many times I've said, stop looking at the matter state, look at the fields, interaction of the fields, and the behavior of the fields. With the new flight system, you have no choice. You're bound to, you have to be able to understand it. There is no control panel. There is nothing when you walk in. You walk into an empty room. It goes back to the box we showed in Idaho, an empty box of the energies of the universe. You walk into that box. Your soul becomes part of that box. You're another stick hanging on the wall of the cap of that box. But it goes back. What do we take from the fields of the universe? And what we give to the fields of the universe to keep our emotion and our soul in respect to the emotion we have intact. That at the end of the process, we put a chicken, we get out the chicken. We don't put a chicken and we get the turkey on the other side. It's fundamental for those of you who are playing with this knowledge to understand. Many of you might think we talk to you as a knowledge seekers you work at home. Keshe American teaching is listened by many scientists in the advanced research laboratories around the world. And many of them work, wants to understand, to develop a new dimensions in technology. This type of teaching is for them, especially in the space level and beyond. Our knowledge seekers, what we call those who understand and look after the depth of the knowledge, does not finish with you who are online today. The scientists from leading universities, flight institutes, and religious organizations which listen to every word of the teachings to see what they can grasp in their field of expertise. And how they can expand the knowledge. The understanding of the expansion of the energies of the soul of the man covers both those universities and the structures which are theologies and the scientific together. We have this in Vatican as much as we have it in the Islamic Republic of Iran in universities with trained clergies and teach them to be a doctor, teach them to be a physicist, and teach them to be the others, where they try to understand on the ethos of theology, the understanding of the true essence of the creation. And these scientists will expand the knowledge of the man in a much deeper way than our knowledge seekers who just make guesses. It's a time to understand the process of interaction of the theology and the science together, that all of you become an expert in understanding and the responsibility of the motion of the soul of the man in respect to the physicality of the man. The new enhancement unified system will force us to that position. We throwing man in the deep oceans of the knowledge of the universe by releasing the new flight enhancement unit. And we hope none of you will get drowned in that knowledge. But you understand it, you process it, and with it, you create the new dimensions of existence for mankind. The 4 flight systems, which are now getting ready to be tested in June, will bring a new dimension to the flight of the man, what I call the flight of fancy. In a way, what you want, you will achieve. And when you come back, I've been there, says, we haven't seen you, you haven't been there. I've seen the mother, and mother says we have to do this, but the mother died 40 years ago. But with the understanding of the new structure, you have not grabbed, you have created the fields that already had a connection with the mother to enhance, to see the mother in the dimension of the soul, but to the image of understanding of the fields of the I is the mother. Then it brings one fundamental question to all of us. Is what we see a mirage that through the conversion of the information in our eyes become a mother? If we can make that in the dimension of sleep, how come we have not made it in the dimension of what we call awakeness? Then is the reality to the dimension of the physicality of the existence? And or is it always a mirage? Or with the new technology, with a new understanding, we create a condition to be able to travel between the two. The space scientists, the scientists of cosmology, and the scientists of what I call theology would release of the new enhancement flight system will have a big dilemma how to work it. Many of you walk in and you say it doesn't work. And many of you walk in and you tell a lot. And then who do we understand? And who do we comprehend in about the talk? And who, which one of you is not ready, has not understood, so cannot reach that point of interaction? The new enhancement unit for flight is one of the simplest but more comprehensive ways to teach man the first step about the motion, about interaction, about transmutation within the fields of the universe. This week I was in the lab, and when I saw the structure next to each other, it brought me to teach more, for you to understand in the near future, even these structures will be non-tangible than the physical way you see in the present enhancement. We tap into the energies of the universe and we give to the soul of the man what it needs from it to elevate itself and then transmute itself through the same process to reach the dimension of the soul of the others, to create a dimension of the reality of the existence in the dimension of the soul of the man, not in the dimension of physicality. Where the man now walks the street, but the soul is working with the other souls in the background, living in a schizophrenic life of the physicality and the fields of the universe. With the new enhancement units, we bring that position that man continuously is aware of the both, which one is enjoyable and which one he wants to work with, and how to coexist, that the use of the matter state of the man by killing to consume will come to an end. Try to understand the teaching of today. Try to understand exactly what is talked about. Try to work in the dimension of the fields, understanding the strength field division, and then try to understand how these are interconnected with the soul of the man, soul of physicality of the man, the physicality of the man, and the physicality of the environment, and the soul of the environment, which brings you to that point. Then is man ready to see the Christ with his own eyes in the enhancement? I promise you this years and years ago. Would the Pope have any position when he stands in front of what he preached to be his master? But he lied in his name, and he betrayed in his name, and he killed in his name. I promise you, if you go back years ago and return the stones of Vatican back to Colosseum, where it came. Because the man has to understand the process of the theology, the creation, and the state of the matter state, that one cannot use that. When man dismantles the Vatican by his own hand, he will not even return it to Colosseum, where the man abused the physicality of the man, but in Vatican they use the soul of the man in the name of the Creator. Then man become knowledgeable to see. Man will put the flock of the religion and what I call abuse of the soul of the man on the doors of the churches, the mosques, and the rest. We all walk the same. But there shall be no king, as we all understand the kingdom comes from the understanding, the knowledge of the Creator, and not with the flock of the man and abusive behavior of the other physicality of the man. We're in that process to launch the flight system and then to expand it for more people to be able to see, to be able to reach, to be able to understand. Most of the time, you're not aware of it, even when you walk in the exhibition in Let's. When you pass one of the units, just beware, the unit is alive. It's still getting fat, it's still putting weight on, and is the same as you, but is there not to eat you, but to consume the energy fields of its environment to confirm its existence. The new flight system, which will be released in the coming time, will teach the man to fly in the dimension of the soul of the man and not the physicality, and then man decides where, in what shape or form to manifest itself in the dimension of physicality. As we say in English, I would like to be the fly on the wall to see what happens in that room. Now you have that opportunity that you go in with the soul of the man and you become fly on that wall to see what the man says about the man. Because now you are in charge of it, you understand the process of it, and with it you gather the knowledge of the creation and not the wealth of the man.
Again, a very powerful, powerful teaching, as they all are, if we fully understood it. And again, when we go into these units, we're going to be taught quite a bit of understanding to be shared with the others. I don't know if anyone wants to make a comment, add some knowledge here, but this is a revolutionary system which will start to elevate our souls, our understanding of the knowledge of the Creator, but it seems to start off with this detachment of the physicality and the wealth, where it has no meaning. And I guess if you're still connected to some of these things, maybe the flight enhancement system won't work for you. But it was very interesting to see where you become part of this universe around the creator. And we know what happens to universes. Eventually they divide and become another universe, as well as the one they divided from. And then over time, that universe will also divide. So we are creators of universes in the universe or in the cosmos of the creation. And we're going to be learning this more, and that's why we need these perfect souls or these perfect beings to go out and create other universes that don't include the war and the killing and everything we've seen here. So we have much, much to learn. And through these systems, if we get the ability to go in them, I think we're going to find out a lot more about ourselves and a lot more about the creation. Anyone want to add any comments here, or thoughts, or open up an area of this knowledge? Please feel free. And again, I don't understand it all. I only understand a mere, very small fraction of it. So don't feel you have to know everything to make a comment. But you can just share what your emotions are feeling or thinking. And a lot to do with emotions here. If not, I'd like to read a testimonial. Again, second opportunity. Would anyone like to say anything about this teaching? Again, many people in the universities, the colleges, the flight institutes, in the Vatican, and so on, are all studying these teachings to see what they can add in their dimension of understanding of this knowledge. So we're not alone, and eventually this will all coalesce and come together very beautifully, as I see it. Leanna shared a testimony, and I'd like to read it. She gave me permission to do that. And this is a shout out to the CO2 plasma water. Thank you, Mr. Keshe. Just dropping in to share a recent experience with using plasma water for healing. Ever since our family was hit with coronavirus in summer of 2020, our youngest has had a recurring skin condition where every few months he has had the appearance of a rash show up and spread across his body. The manifestation often appears as twin spots, but the rash can also look like blotches and welts. Typically, we have him sip 1 cup, 1 life water, cup 1 and 2. Spray and wash with cup of life 1 and 2 water, plus a bit of magnesium, and apply a strong zinc oxide cream mixed with cup 1 aminos. With this protocol, the spots would always clear rapidly, almost instantly. This past time the rash appeared, however, it hadn't gotten any better after 24 hours of heavily applying and using cup 1 and 2 waters. It's unnerving to see your child with a red, itchy, blotchy rash covering their whole body, and even more unnerving when you go to protocol doesn't seem to be helping. After no progress in 24 hours with 1 cup, 1 life, we decided to give him simple CO2 water to frequently sip and spray his entire body down. Within moments of sipping and spraying CO2 water, we saw his spots clearing up. All the red patches returned to clean, healthy skin, and his rash looked 99% better. Once again, we watched him go from being covered in red and purple spots, blotches, and welts across his whole body and face to looking totally clear, balanced, and perfectly healthy. I was again beyond amazed and thankful to Keshe's technology with witnessing the miracle of CO2 plasma water to heal our son. In this case of healing his skin, the 1 cup, 1 life was ineffective for the first time, but the CO2 plasma water worked perfectly and powerfully. I think it's so important for all of us knowledge seekers to have a variety of dances to be able to use exactly what is needed in the moment of need. If you are helping yourselves or loved ones with 1 cup, 1 life, and it doesn't seem to be working, go ahead and give CO2 a try, because for us, the results were nothing short of a miracle. Once again, we avoided the doctors, hospitals, medications, steroid creams, or whatever else from the allopathic way. We have never had to take ourselves or kids to the doctor or dentist since using Keshe GAN's plasma water. We've been able to support and maintain our family's health and well-being through plasma tech alone. We are empowered to solve our own problems effectively and with confidence, thanks to Keshe's knowledge and the wisdom he has so generously and graciously shared with all of us. CO2 plasma water is amazing. Now we've seen it heal our little one's rash, prevent sunburns, heal second-degree burns rapidly, eliminate a variety of foul odors, boost the vitality and abundance of our crops, heal our teeth, take away pains, headaches, and so much more. Thank you, beloved Keshe, for the gifts of your knowledge and for encouraging the whole humanity with plasma teachings and soul elevations. We are eternally grateful, with gratitude and aloha always. A very beautiful testimony. Surprisingly, it didn't work, but again, the CO2 box is very amazing. I don't think we've unraveled even a small percentage of it, but there's many things going on in many of these boxes. Even in the Cup of Life one, he said it would take man. We made it look simple because we designed it that way, but it would take man about 200 or 300 years to fully understand what's going on in that particular cup. So many knowledges and many things we can look forward to in the future as we do start to experiment more and more with this technology. And even going into the vacuum condition, I've never worked with a vacuum chamber, but apparently it's another amazing event to witness. It's much easier working with these materials in a vacuum condition than it is without the vacuum condition, as I understand it. I don't know if anybody would like to share anything at this point, but thank you, Leanna, for your testimony, and we elevate your soul and the soul of your family. If not, we can go to the Dome of Peace, which is another interesting application of the technology. As Mr. Keshe said, we've hidden this technology in many different ways, and it's also hidden in the GAN's waters. We think we know what we're doing many times, but I think there's much more knowledge in there than we're privy to, at least at the moment, and more to be discovered in the future. Some by knowledge seekers and some by others in certain institutions or universities as they start to experiment and maybe by accident stumble upon new understandings and new ideas and new capabilities of these GAN's waters. So let's see if this will start. Okay, let's see if we can make it start here.
I will look for it. I don't know if anyone want to read this Dome of Peace. Anyone want to offer?
I
With
will
a nice
read it
voice.
for you.
Okay.
This is what came in and what is now become a pattern. This from a guy, I don't know him, but he says, please remember this Sunday and every Sunday from now on, till we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet. Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the gas waters around the world at 12 p.m. Central European Time and or 18 p.m. Central European Time every Sunday at the same time as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for participating in this greatest movement by the soul of the man to bring about the peace on this planet as the permanent feature of the life of this planet.
And we know how important peace is, and we've seen skirmishes break out. Mr. Keshe said Syria would be the last war, but now we're seeing more sort of skirmishes break out. In addition to spreading the GANS waters, he's added something else, and I think Shweta can read this. Let me just double check here. And this is the next step. Again, the spreading of the GANS waters, Mr. Keshe had indicated, was for our physicality to do something, even though the work of the waters, they know where to go and what to do. And this is a way of balancing the soul or the environment on this planet, or just to set the conditions for further improvements. So whenever you release the GANS waters or spray the GANS waters, it has a longer lasting effect than we probably realize. And we don't see all the interactions that it's actually doing, but we have put our intentions in there for peace and elevation of the soul of the planet to bring about this peaceful condition, because it is peace in exchange for advanced space technology. And that is the proposal laid on the table to the governments from the Keshe Foundation. Let's see if we can have Shweta read this.
As please remember, every Sunday from now on until we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet, Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the GANS waters around the world at 12 p.m. CET and or at 18 p.m. CET every Sunday at the same time, as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for the participation in this greatest movement by the soul of man to bring about the peace on this planet as a permanent feature of the life of this planet. Mr. Keshe suggests we add the next step to create the dome of peace with power of the souls, as we have already going through this with the 2 eyes. And we ask you to spread the GANS waters each Sunday. Now we give you a new path. Now try to unite each other's souls. Try to elevate the souls of humanity, soul of humanity, through your own soul to a level that no one can touch, the embodiment of the human race. So beautiful. Choose a time where all of you come together on the soul level in a state of inner calmness. At that time, don't spread the water of GANS, but spread your soul. Unite, and in time, we will make a new race out of the soul of man. And then, instead of doing it once a week, do it all the time. M.T. Keshe.
Okay, so many of us have sprayed the GANS waters, whether it was today or yesterday or tomorrow, on a regular basis. And we saw a beautiful video from the Portuguese team, as they are, I think it's once a month they are gathering collectively to do it, but they're doing it individually, probably every week. But collectively, I think Raphael said they'll be meeting to release GANS waters once a month, which this has been done in China and other places for years and years. So we're taking it to the next level now, which is to give from our souls. Again, no one fails this test. Everyone passes this test. And he's asking for the elevation of the souls of the 5+1 peace negotiators, the souls of the International Atomic Energy Agency, all souls working for peace in Vienna, the soul of humanity, the soul of world leaders and religious leaders of planet Earth. So we're going to take 5 minutes of silence, and let's include, since this is Mother's Day, let's include all the women on this planet. They may be one of the saving factors in the future that helps the man to move away from war and into more of a peaceful condition. As Mr. Keshe told us, they are the creators, they are givers of life, and we have a lot to learn from the women on this planet. We can also include the Universal Council and whatever else you'd like to include. So why don't we take 5 minutes, exercise our souls, give from our souls, and keep in mind that no one fails this test. Would anyone like to add anything before we go to the 5 minutes of silence, please? And it's very similar to praying. I guess you can consider it a prayer as well. As we've learned, you can pray for your boxes and pray for your reactors. And it's the same sort of way. It's the elevation or the praying or the giving from your soul. And this is true giving with unstolen things because you're giving directly from your essence or your soul. So let's take 5 minutes of silence and then we'll go to Alex's teaching. Well, thank you very much. I'm not sure if that was 4 minutes or 5 minutes, but we only need nanoseconds to accomplish what we're doing. And looking at the scores, everyone passed. No one failed this test. And you can do it all the time, as we've seen as the request. So just remind your soul and to do it even though you consciously or unconsciously forget some days or sometimes you get busy. But this is the greatest movement of the soul of the man, and thank you for participating in the process. Alex, sorry to keep you at bay. I know you want to come in. If there's anyone who wants to add anything or share anything at this point, I know many of you are very talkative usually, so feel free to come in with whatever you'd like to share. And if we don't hear anything, then we'll go right to Alex. Are you there? I'm hearing some mic opening in the background. Yes.
I am here, Mark. And
thank you so much.
Thank you for leading us to this point. And if you will just honor us with that necessity, and then we'll
Yes.
get to the program.
Immediately. Let me just adjust the, oh, I can adjust it right here, can't I? Okay, we're going to just play the disclaimer, as it seems like any sort of information that's not within certain parameters without a disclaimer gets the boot. And hopefully in the very near future, we're going to be in the free speech zone again. But that may be a while, or it may be shorter than we think. Here we go.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
And now let's give a big welcome to Alex from Canada as he continues to share the knowledge of the creation, the creator, and many other things. Thank you for being here today, Alex, and sharing your insight and understanding of this vast knowledge. We see your screen.
Okay, that makes one of us. Oh my God, every time they do an adjustment on Zoom, things change.
Yes,
Okay.
they have been doing a lot of adjustments and updates lately, more than usual. I often wonder what's going on there. But your screen is fully viewable.
Awesome, and I want to thank everybody for attending today's session. And Mark, thank you for hosting this program on a beautiful Sunday afternoon. This is the North American Knowledge Team meeting. And if it wasn't for the support of the other 5 continents, we'd probably be in a sorry state. But we are actually in a very good state. And I really appreciate everybody being here because this is where science meets the soul of man for peace. And that, in a sentence, pretty well outlines everything that we're seeing here with respect to all the medallions here, because they're coming from all around the world. And the purpose as such is to put our planet forward to literally join the universal community and to go from, shall we say, being outcasts. And as such, this is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute Plasma Science classes. We are in the advanced insight level. Today's subject will be laminar flow. I'm Alexander from Canada. It is May the 8th, 2022. This is the Keshe Foundation North America Plasma Education Series. So as we've said so many times, and it's important to repeat because this is not just for the mature knowledge seekers, it is for all the new knowledge seekers as well. As we said, we don't have enough teachers, and there will be a lot of changes in the future. And so we started this series of classes and broke it down into basic, intermediate, and advanced classes on the subjects of teaching, understanding, knowing, and we are in the final leg of the Insight series. This is the advanced Insight series. So we are teaching for the benefit of everyone, actually. So whether in the scientific community or just an average Joe public, is all the same. We are all part of this planet. We're all part of the universe, and we all want to be functionaries and bringing peace to this planet. So the subject today is following last week's No Man's Land. This has to do with laminar flow, and I've wanted to make this for quite a while now, and it just hasn't been possible. So there is a point that we'd like to make, because we're coming up to our launch date. There's a lot of pressure. So it's a very important date. June the 6th is coming. It's T minus 29 days and counting. We're planning a launch to the moon. And it's not the only pressure that we feel on this planet. Of course, just before that will be the May 24 weekend. And it's very, very important to make sure that we do our spring cleaning. And so everybody's working very, very diligently to get that done, so that comes May 24 weekend, we can all celebrate, get our case of beer, get drunk, and do nothing. So,
Alex,
yes.
Can you explain? I'd never seen that word before, laminar. I've heard of laminate, but not laminar. Before the teaching, could you just explain so we have an understanding of, maybe encompass this?
Well, the laminate helps explain laminar, because the I think we understand plywood, and plywood is made from laminations. So what's interesting about the plywood and how it's made is that they take very thin layers, and by cross-hatching them, in other words, laying them down perpendicular to each other, one layer after another, and then they build up, they create a structure that is much stronger than the original wood. And it creates kind of a lattice condition, and lattice condition then adapts a new kind of strength in multiple dimensions. And so the question becomes, which dimension is it strong in? So when we look at plywood, for instance, it is not as flexible as wood is in the length and the width. And also it's a lot tougher in terms of its density. And so this is one of the benefits of having a lamination. And another type of lamination is on our kitchen counters. We have a surface lamination where we maybe put melamine on top of our counter. And that is very much cosmetic, and depending on the quality of the laminate, it can be used as merely as a covering, or it can be used as a durable surface. But this affords us a lot of capabilities. Now, when we look at our human body, this surface lamination we refer to as our skin. And our skin, we understand in basic science as 3 layers. And that's a very simplistic look at it. So there's an inside layer, there's an outside layer, there's an in-between layer. And so that in itself is another kind of lamination. But what is different between the lamination of the skin and the lamination of the plywood is the way communication is done. And so there is another reference that needs to be made, and that has to do with communication. And that has another reference, and that has to do with motion. So the whole object, when you talk about laminar flow, flow is motion. And laminar flow is directional. And so when we talk about the plasma, we talk about the direction of flow and strength of flow. And so in effect, we are talking about laminar flow. So for instance, when we look at this particular pressure field, which several weeks ago we were playing musical chairs, and instead of discarding the chairs and discarding the players outward, we piled them on inward. And in order to have a field to pile into, we had to create another field within a field. So even when you're looking at these various pressure fields, what you have to see in your mind's eye, because this is a 2-dimensional picture, is you have to see that each field is another lamination. And because these fields, and to maintain the field strength, have to be in a rotating fashion, because energy is always in motion and you can't stop that energy. So if you wish to contain it, you have to provide a track for it to follow. And so we have an outside ring and the energy flows there. But when the pressure comes in and we have more players wanting to get into this game, and so we jump to the next ring or to the next lamination. And then there's not as much room. And so as we go ring by ring by ring towards the center, plasmatically, we call that gravitational. And the real pressure comes in when we get to the center, and this is only 2 dimensions. Where did we go? So we can't go back out. So the only way that we can go is through a different dimension. And so we could say if this is a 2-dimensional drawing, then the pressure release is going to be on the 3rd dimension, which is, so the rings are transmission and the pressure is pushing through a transition. And when you transition from one laminar field, you transition to another dimension. And these dimensions have a field strength, and they also have a direction. And so in simple terms, we said when two forces coming together, if that pressure cannot be released and there is a compression of this pressure, at some point it's not able to be contained. And so that could be an explosion, a flash. But in the plasma science, it doesn't have to be an explosion because there are other dimensions. And by going through this, instead of a flash, it could be a glow. But that may be visible or may not be visible. And so we found that we also have a ceramic cup of pressure, which refers to high blood pressure. So why do we have this high blood pressure? So obviously there's too much of a burden on the existing system, namely the body, and there is no release. So what does the cup of pressure do? Well, it releases the pressure. And how does it do that? By providing another field. So the energy then is going from one set of fields to another set of fields. And so within that set of fields is a flow of energy. And what we haven't done, and we haven't done this on purpose, is to identify which field. And we haven't identified which pressure. And we haven't identified which state. And so what I'm hoping today is to clarify that. So what we're going to do is have energy moving, but in a laminar fashion. Okay, not just willy-nilly everywhere, but we are going to direct it. And in order to direct it, you can't just direct one energy because there are other energies. So going back to the example of the skin, if your skin is made of 3 layers, it is made of 3 layers on the top of your head, and it's made of 3 layers on the bottom of your feet. And in fact, it's made of 3 layers on your stomach. So ideally, there's no break in these 3 layers. You're fully encapsulated. But because it's 3 layers, in order to maintain that, and what we call in the plasma science a Magrav condition, then each of these layers has to give and take energy. But if these 3 layers work together as one, then that energy has to flow through all 3 of these layers, but not interfere with each layer. These layers have to go within their own layer. And the energies have to go within that layer. But how do you maintain that layer? And that has to do with a relationship that it has with the adjoining layer. So this is what we want to discuss today, is what is, shall we say, the motivating force behind that. So when we talk about motivation, we talk about 2 things. So when we talk about motivation, that means motion. And then there's another kind of motion, and that is emotion. So plane motion is physical. Emotion is not physical. And that is only 2 dimensions. So even though this is an advanced insight class, it really is an extension of the basics class. And so the purpose of this class, I will restate, is to be able to identify which part of the laminar flow is plasmatic and which part of the laminar flow is physical. And so we need to establish this because we are consistent of multiple layers, fundamentally 3 layers. But we function with all 3 of these layers together in a complementary fashion. And this complementary fashion, which we call a MAGRAV, can only work in a moral environment. And so when we decide who we follow, we have to make sure that the leader is not only moral, but sober as well. So as we drink our beer or smoke our pot or take our so-called recreational drugs to try and forget, what we really need to do is work a lot harder to try and remember, because we already don't know why we came here. We already came here with a collective amnesia. And in many ways, that is by design. But that doesn't mean that we can't solve the problem, because we're all students. And as we gain more knowledge, then we're all teachers. So depending on whether you're a student or a teacher depends on what you listen to and what you see. But when we say what you listen to, that is kind of a physical thing, isn't it? Like music. Or when you say seeing, you know, maybe that's like a picture, right? That's physical. But in essence, there's an energy transmission. There's an energy transmission. And that energy transmission creates the sound and creates the vision and creates the motion. So when we make our choices, we have to add another dimension. And that is the default position that brought us here. The position that we keep saying, well, I never made that decision. That was not my choice, but it was your choice. And you need to accept that, and you need to sort it out. But what is the problem here? Well, in order to sort this out, we need to understand that we got here through an elevated condition. And so we need to elevate ourselves. And if we don't, then we're going to stay in the physical realm exclusively. And that is a rough road. So we kind of say, you need to get on the horse and ride. Well, what does that mean? Well, that means if you ride the horse, you'll be going faster than if you walk. So I think everybody understands that. But that's only one dimension. And the walking is one dimension. We still haven't figured out what's behind the scene. And in order to figure that out, we have to tune into that and understand that there's a power there. But when we say power, we're talking about an energy, not a dominance, because it's graceful. So we turn on to that and drop out of our obstinance and understand that we came here elevated, and we came here through a choice, our choice. So we were going to carry on this trip because what we're trying to figure out is, how did life begin? And does it matter? So as much as it seems like a silly question, because if you say that, well, life doesn't matter, then the whole exercise is pointless, isn't it? So we have to understand that it's not pointless, because would you carry on doing something that was pointless? Or maybe that's a stupid question, because there's so many of us who do carry on doing things that are pointless. But I think we have to give credit to the Creator. It's a novel concept where whatever the Creator has created is beyond my own personal capability in the physical state. So the question, when it says, which came first, the chicken or the egg? And as we try and figure this out, we see that there's a lot of conflict, and we call them tempests in a teapot. But in our tea, we have GANs in the ceramic. And so that tea becomes the tempest. And so it's interesting to figure out, do we have examples of this? And one of the greatest tempests that we see on this planet are tornadoes. So we can ask, how were tornadoes created? So regardless of which question you're asking, the answer is always first, the principal matter came first. And from there, everything else follows. So in the term of what we create, it comes from a source. That source is the PM tick, which is a magnetical feeding. Everything else is a creation. So the creation is the combination of three fields: the antimatter, dark matter, and capital M matter. So what we call the principal matter, the transition matter, and the convergence matter, the matter gen. And so when we look at this picture here, the only thing that you see that comes in a laminar flow is the rainbow, because each rainbow color has an energy field, and it doesn't interfere with the other field, but rather it coexists with the other field. So in essence, scientifically speaking, a rainbow is an example of laminar flow. And the moment we say laminar flow, that means that there's an energy level and that there is motion. And so we can't see that in the dark matter and the antimatter, but they are part and parcel of the whole plasmagen conversion. And that part and parcel for our physicality has to do with a MAGRAV condition that interacts with another MAGRAV condition. And so when two MAGRAV conditions interact, that creates a field interaction. And so can that field interaction maintain its integrity? Or will that field interaction totally dissolve? So in order to decide whether or not it is going to dilute or whether it is going to maintain its integrity, there has to be a feedback. So we can say that the feeding is from one side and the feedback is from the other side, and everything else is in between. And so these three positions become the laminar flow, because the feeding is energy in motion, while the feedback is an energy in motion, and energy is always in motion, and it's going to happen in between these two fields. So we are always looking at flow. And so that becomes now where we see that we in our physicality are trying to fight between the tugging of our emotion and the anchorage of our physicality. And it's pulling us in two directions. And for many of us, it's a battle. But it's not really a battle of tugging and anchorage. It's a battle of understanding the science, because not understanding the science places limitations on our soul. And our position of our soul has come here with a force, an energy force. And that positioning of that energy force is a point in between the emotion of the past and the emotion of the future. And so that point we call the emotion of presence. But each of us have this, and we don't have the same one because we are all independent and we are all different. And so these variables are all independent, but we all follow the same rules. So there is a transformation from the soul of the man, and there's a transformation from the soul of the body. So anytime there's a motion, that is a transportation. And then the question is, when we transport ourselves, are we walking with our physical body? Or do we get on a horse and ride? Or do we get into a spaceship and fly? Or do we go to sleep and dream? So all of these are representations of motion, and all of them work in combination with emotion, and all of them are a manifestation of some kind of transportation. And so what we're trying to differentiate here is we can gather transportation in our physicality in many, many different vehicles, but the non-seen vehicle is the transformation. And so that becomes the challenge. The science has not been teaching that. The scientific community and the social community have been, in fact, avoiding that. And there are various reasons. But the ultimate reason is not understanding how energy is harvested. So in order to maintain a MAGRAV condition, energy has to be brought together and maintained. And once it's maintained, it has to elevate itself. And that's how we were born. So the universal harvesting then is through self-enhancement. But now, once we're born, we are consumed in our own self-consumption. And as a result, by extension, maybe we can consume others. And that includes the vertical people and the horizontal people, and including the human people, which we call loosh harvesting. And of course, one of the benefits of loosh harvesting is it is the highest energy harvesting in the physical state. So that's as high as we can go because we remain in the physical state. But there is a penalty. There's a huge penalty because that penalty involves points of conflict. So we can say that there are points of conflict between investors and inventors and shareholders, but that has to do with financial points of conflict. When we get into existential points of conflict, we look at food security as an issue and we create borders. This is me, this is not me. And if those borders are fine and we can deflect those energies, then that's not so bad. Or if we can resolve these conflicts, and especially through peaceful means, that is also desirable. But if we fail to do that, then we have friction. So where does this stand? So friction is something that we see in physicality. Food security is not something that you can put in a lockbox and lock it up with a key. Because what you need is a source and a consumption, and then a continuity of both. So food security, like energy in a battery, is not something that you can store. It is something that is an ongoing basis. But what is food security in reality? So food security really is an exchange in energy. And so what we are looking at in terms of food security is the physical byproduct of the convergence of these energies, which we cannot see. And we know we can't see this because when we made our GANs and we discovered the rotating field in the GANs, without electric motors, without coils and nano-coated wire, right in the GANs, and then there was a hole in the GANs, and you say, well, the GANs has vanished, and you can see right through that hole. So you can see the GANs on the other side of the hole, so the hole is transparent. So what's in the hole? What caused that hole? It wasn't a swizzle stick from the booze that you were drinking to make that alcoholic beverage to help you forget. We're trying to remember. We're trying to remember how we can go from our transmission point and our transition point, and how do we navigate that? And our point of existence then becomes a transmutation point. Is that transmutation point necessarily in the physicality? Because the balance of these three points of existence are a maggrav, and they are invisible. And so the transmutation is the crossing over of these, what I call vanishing points. But a maggrav is not just invisible, it is also transparent. So it can be there and you can't even see that. And so when you're looking for confirmation, you're defeated from the get-go because you're looking. So we have to, in our mind's eye, cross this no man's land to see and transcend the limitations of our soul. where we have a plasmatic reality and a physical reality, but not necessarily a physical reality. The plasmatic reality is always a balanced maggraph. The physical reality may or may not manifest. And so since we have manifest on this earth, we now need to learn about how this science works and how the universe works. And the reason we want to do that, of course, is because we can clearly see that the universe is functioning way better than we are on this planet. So there is obviously a dematerialization beyond this vanishing point. And the crossover from no man's land is the same reason we go to the other side, because we can see right through it. It's a point of transparency to the other side where we could see the materialization. But fundamentally, in the plasma science, it's a two-way street. So let's say the materialization is the physical reality and the dematerialization is the plasmatic reality. And that's still only two dimensions. So the fundamental principle of the twinity, shall we say, the two dimensions, involves rotation. And the speed of the rotation of the plasma, of the electron, is dictated by the amount of the magnetic fields which are transferred from the large twin plasma of the proton to the plasma of the smaller twin plasma of the electron. So we have a rotating field of plasma. So in fact, the electron and the proton is not visible. The electron-proton combination creates an atom. And the word atom stems from the Greek origin uncut. Ka is un and tom is cut, uncut. And so the atom is an uncut physicality, but we've gone on to identify the fields of the atom. And our consternation is that if we have an atom that is physical and it can't be cut, but now we've been able to cut it, have we advanced or have we regressed? And the reality, unfortunately, is that we have regressed. And the reason for that is because the description, atom, of the physicality was perfect. It's the description of the electron, proton, and neutron, which just causes the problem. So we know the two dimensions, the rotation along the x-axis and the transition, which is the y-axis, that's the polarity, and they create this crossover point, but this is only two dimensions. And so with these two dimensions, you have this conflict, but how do we go into other dimensions? So the two dimensions have to become three dimensions. And where is this third dimension? So first of all, there has to be motion. And when there is motion, there is another type of motion called emotion. And so that's two dimensions. And so where is the third dimension? And so that becomes the soul dimensions. And we're still having trouble getting there because we still have to fudge things because we are always short something and we're lacking in our understanding and everything. But let's understand this. This pie that we keep cutting up, when we look at 2 dimensions, we call that a circle. But when we look at 3 dimensions, we call that a sphere. We are the observer. And unfortunately, we are the ones who are fudging everything with our lack of understanding. And so we are not in these 3 dimensions. We're in an outside dimension, a 4th dimension. And so this becomes the point. So there are states of energy that we all understand. And the one that was new to the plasma science, of course, is the energy of the air, because the air is one of the energy states that we have. But within the air that is around the Earth, we have within the air a plasmatic air, which in previous classes we've identified as plasmatic nitrogen, plasmatic hydrogen, plasmatic oxygen, plasmatic carbon, and in fact, plasmatic amino acid. And we had to do it this way because if it's in air, then these are gases. So gases have less density than liquids. And so it's from the plasmatic air that we create the other stages. And in fact, it's from the plasmatic amino acid that we create the basic DNA. And the interesting thing about the DNA, of course, is that it maintains its, shall we say, Magravs condition by passing energy through a spiral, what we call the helix or the helical coil. And we see that on the outer perimeter, the pathway, the energy flows in 2 directions. And that there are links in between these 2 pathways. And the structure of the basic DNA and the structure of the basic RNA is done the same way. But there's a complementary field state between the RNA and the DNA. And so we could say the DNA is the feedback system and the RNA is the feeding system. That's 2 dimensions. How did we get to move? So there's an unseen dimension that allows us to move. So when we look at the periodic table of elements, and the ones that we keep drawing attention to are the ones that helped us make the basic GANTs. And so what we did was, of course, we've already identified the amino acids, but there's a salt medium that involves the components of sodium, potassium, magnesium, and calcium. And so that salt component is in a liquid. Okay, so that's 2. And then the combination of those 2 with the third, which is iron, copper, and zinc, and these are metals, solids. So the ones that we're concerned with are in 3 energy states. That's the gas, the liquid, and the solid. And these are basic elements. And basic elements are atoms, uncut. So when we look inside and we discuss the new atomic math, to overcome that fudging of the mass, we had to take into account other things, things that we couldn't see. So when we discuss the neutron mass, yes, it equals the proton mass and the electron mass, but it never balanced. There was always something missing. And so what that was missing was the mass of the PM ticks, plus the total mass of the mattergen, antimatter, and dark matter. So the totality of the mass is achieved through an energy level balance and positioning. So if you're going to have a balance, you have to have a balance of 3 levels. And if you're going to have positioning, then there has to be a force. And that force then becomes a result of pressure. And of course, so that pressure is a result of motion. So if you go back to the basics, way back to the basics, and we say, we can go through each of these energy states within a range, and that range would be here on Earth. We don't have to go into outer space to experience these ranges, this range. Excuse me. We don't have to go into outer space to experience the different dimensions within this range. We can transcend the various dimensions. So each energy state has its 3 dimensions. So we understand the matter state, right? Length, width, and depth. So now we have a nanostate, which puts another layer, another lamination on top of the copper. And then we put the GaN state, which is another lamination on top of the nanostate. So we created 3 laminations: the copper wire, the nano coating, and the GaNs coating. And we created motion of energy, laminar flow. And if that is true, and it is true, but these are physical, what causes the motion? So 1 moment, please. So when we look at the plasma state, the plasma state is a higher energy state, but it's not physical. And then when we look at the dynamic plasma state, it is still a higher energy state, but it's not physical. So what differentiates the strength of these states is the strength of the field. And what differentiates the strength of the field, it's the mass. And what differentiates all the elements on the periodic table of elements? Well, it's the mass. And it's the mass of the proton. And we had to do this because all of the elements have a neutron except for hydrogen. And so we don't really know where the hydrogen belongs. But since these are all elements, and these elements are physical, And because they're physical, they're atoms. And because they're atoms, they are either gas, liquid, or solid. And so we find that if we look at which elements are which, we know that we have a lot of gas elements, and we know that we have a lot of metals. But did you know that we only have 6 elements that are liquid at room temperature? And one of them is mercury. And what's interesting about mercury, that it is part of amalgam fillings in our teeth. But if mercury is liquid at room temperature, how come the amalgam fillings are solid? And so that's the difference between elements and molecules. By mixing elements, we create different states of energy. So we're able to convert the mercury liquid to a solid by introducing another element. And we're able to take certain elements and change them from a liquid to a solid by reducing the temperature, or taking them from a solid to a liquid by increasing the temperature, and then further increasing the temperature, we can turn it into a gas. So we can move through all these different energy states, and they all become transitions. And what's the significance of this? Well, interestingly, one of the main uses of the somatoscope was to examine the health of people who had amalgam fillings. And so the question was, why is this microscope illegal? And every excuse under the sun has been put forward, but the reason it's illegal is because they can see the condition of the blood in living condition. And when you look at the blood in living condition, you can see the creation of the somatids, these little dots that are in between these big round circles. And as I said, what's interesting is inside the big round circle, there's nothing there. And in between the big round circles, there's nothing there. And so the somatids are actually floating around in the middle of nothing. But there is a pattern. If you watch this close enough, these somatids move and they bounce off each other just like magnetic fields. So we don't see what is there. And not only that, we don't see what causes the motion. But we know that blood is part of the emotion. So we said last week, the no man's land is in between the red blood cells and the somatids. So what's the point? We talked in previous classes about building dimensions. But there are points in between these dimensions. So we said that going from a solid to a liquid, we call that the melting point. And going from a liquid to a gas, we call that the boiling point. So it's perfectly logical, don't you agree, that going from the gas to a plasma is the vanishing point? And we understand that we can see right through the vanishing point, right through the plasma, right to the other side. So the vanishing point and the point of transparency are the same point. And we see that when we were lifting a rock, and as high as we could lift it, depending on how big the rock was and how strong we were, what we couldn't see was the flux lines going through the rock and how many flux lines went through the rock. And these flux lines went through the rock depending on the density of the rock. And the reason the rock was lifted was because we added extra energy to lift the rock. So we didn't lift all the flux lines. We just lifted those flux lines that were going through the rock. So the energy that we had to lift the rock was stronger than the energy holding the rock. If we release that energy of lifting and let that go, the rock would fall back to earth like a slingshot. And so the direction of flow is towards the crust of the earth. We say that's gravity, but the gravitational effect is the flux lines. The flux lines were stretching and then they relaxed. And so gravity seeks density, and density is the convergence point. So the flux lines travel along the surface of the earth, and each flux line is a lamination. And so all of these flux lines together create a laminar flow. And each lamination comes into the rock, stays within the rock because it's a maggrav, and then comes out of the rock to continue the path of the flux line. And the rate that it comes in and the rate that it goes out is on the same flux line. There is no crossover between these flux lines because there is a stability within the rock. And rocks are pretty stable, I think you'd agree. But each flux line has a start point and an end point and an in-between point. And so this energy that flows in that flux line is in the in-between point. And it has to have an end and a start point because there's a difference between each flux line. And there's a gap in between each flux line, and this is the no man's land. And so we tend to say, well, you know, rocks are really, you know, stupid. They don't move unless we move them. Well, isn't that something? Stupid humans calling stupid rocks stupid. So what happens when you drop one rock down the side of a mountain? And let's say on the left-hand side, a rock came down and came into the valley. You would find that that rock would eventually lose its motion and stay in the bottom of the valley. But if a bunch of rocks got together, and I mean a bunch, a big bunch of rocks, and so you could have a rock slide. And what happens with that rock slide is that the collective energy of all of these stupid rocks would slide down and slide right through the valley and slide back up on the other side. Now, they wouldn't go up as high, but when they go up, and they're going to stay there, they're not going to slide back down. The point of the avalanche is that what doesn't seem to be reasonable, that there's a motion where the rock slides down the hill, it keeps on going. and it almost defies gravity, doesn't it? And seeing as these rocks are more dense, then how can they go through these flux lines and come up on the other side? It stands to reason that if the rocks are sliding down, they're sliding towards the density. But if they're sliding up the hill, they're sliding away from the density. And how does that happen? And this is what we call laminar flow. When all of these rocks get together, each single rock is a magrav. And so if it's a magrav, oh, it has a magnetical field, it has a gravitational field, and it has a soul as well. And so maybe we call a bunch of rocks moving an avalanche. We call a bunch of fish a school. And we call a bunch of birds a flock. So flocks flow through the air, schools flow through the water, and solids flow through an avalanche. What flows through the plasma? So what is the difference between gases, liquids, and solids? Gases can be compressed. Liquids cannot be compressed. And when we measure the strength of concrete, we put it under compression. And we want to find out when it becomes crushed. So in other words, at what point can we destroy the concrete? But so the success of the compression is actually a crushing of the solid. So the success of the compression of the gas is it reduces its volume. The success of the compression of the liquid is a hydraulic flow. And so when we look at the daisy chain and we find that this flow is on that same flux line, and if we flow from one magrav to another magrav, each of these containers being a magrav, we have to pump up through the connection. Let's say it's a hose. We have to pump up the liquid to put pressure to go from one to the other. We have to put the pressure in to force the pressure out. However, once we complete that connection, we can release that pressure, but the flow begins. And the reason that flow begins is laminar flow, is a hydraulic flow. So we cannot compress the liquid. So by pushing it, we will push it through the hose. And then once it comes out to the other side, you have both a pushing and a pulling effect at the same time. And if you continue and daisy chain each flow, and you take all 6 of these magravs and you daisy chain them together, you can bring the energy in and take the energy out. And the in to the out is a direction of flow. And by changing the pressure, you can change the strength of the flow. And so what you have is motion through the connection. So we have in, we have out, and we have transmission along these connections. There's only 2 dimensions. We're missing something. We're missing this pressure that is coming in. And in order to have this pressure work, there has to be a back pressure as well. Because if you don't have the back pressure, then you don't have the direction of flow. So the pressure in and the pressure out is a Maggrav condition. And the strength of the flow has to be the Maggrav plus the addition. The plus is the plasma energy in motion. So these connections are what is no man's land. And the energy is traveling through this no man's land from one side to the other. And so you can see that there's a flow inside each container, but there's a hose on each container above. And so if it's in physicality, the hose is at a different flux line than the container. So we are able to go to a faster motion through the hose than we are through the container, right? Because it's less dense. It's less dense. So what about light? We know that from a previous class that there's a relationship between distance and intensity of light. And we find that if we double the distance, we have the intensity, cut the intensity in half. So we can conclude that the source has the highest intensity, but the source is the flashlight. It's physical. And the destination is the lowest intensity. The lowest intensity of what? Light, which is physical. So the flashlight is physical, the light is physical. And so there is a motion. There's something that is creating that motion. So that motion goes to a certain point, and that point then becomes a focal point where we convert that energy of motion into something physical. And so we concentrate on the physicality, where we focus on the divergence. What happens if the light comes from the destination and shines back into the flashlight? In other words, what happens if we change the focus from the divergence into the convergence? So we do that. And the reason we do that is because the flashlight is the feeder and the reflection of the light is the feedback. Plasma science is a two-way street. But then we get into a laser. And the funny thing happens with the laser. The laser stands for light amplification of stimulated emission of electromagnetic radiation. So the emission of electromagnetic radiation is not visible, but we can amplify it. And that's not visible either. So what happens is that the light does not diverge, nor does it converge. And it's same intensity over long distances. And if we measure by the speed of light and reflect from an object, we can actually measure that distance by reflection. So what we're seeing is a difference in function of the divergence and convergence is kind of a funneling effect. But when you get within a tunnel, then you create a laminar flow. So that laminar flow is between the outer edges of the tunnel and the inside. But the inside also has to have a magnetical field, a gravitational field, and a soul. Because there's motion. If there's motion, then there is emotion. And where is that? Let's look at one more example. When we look at a tornado being created, let's notice a few things. First of all, regardless of the fact that the sun is shining or whatever, the sky turns dark. And the creation of a tornado is signaled by the creation of the vortex. And when you get 3 vortices, then they create a funnel cloud. And so this funnel cloud elongates from the cloud down to the ground. And it isn't until it gets in contact with the ground that we see the friction. What I'm going to say here is that the creation of the funnel cloud is a plasma state. The creation of the friction is a physical state. Going back to the last few classes, when we talked about reflections, if we were to take the curvature of the rainbow and reflect it back, then the curvature would go in the opposite direction. But in order to go in the opposite direction, we would have to take the picture to turn it upside down. This isn't normal. What is normal is that when we look at a double rainbow, we can see that there's a 3-dimension on the inside of the first rainbow, and there's a 3-dimension on the outside of the second rainbow. But there's this dark zone in between, a really strange color. And that color represents the 4th dimension, the transition zone. The transition zone from one 3-dimension to another 3-dimension. And then to transition between these dimensions, it has to go through this center zone. This center zone is actually not visible. It is through this zone, the 4th dimension, that our soul operates on. It is through this dimension that the peace stone operates on. And this dimension is connected all the way around. So to go through this vanishing point, through this point of transparency, that is a transition. But to travel along this zone, that is a transmission. But if the 3 dimensions is the physical state and the 4th dimension is a plasma state, you are looking at evidence of transmutation within the range of this planet. So, one more example, what we call stratification. So this is the lamination of energy levels. And interestingly, the mean Earth temperature is 13.9 degrees Celsius. When we say melting point, or we say freezing point, there is a delayed zone transition. And when we look at the vertical people, we say that the melting point of snow or water is at 0 degrees. And we find that the first plants in spring, and it is spring now, start growing at around 5 degrees Celsius. So from 0 to 4 degrees Celsius is a delayed transition zone from the time that the snow melts or the ice melts until the plants start growing. And thereafter, other plants continue to grow. And why I bring this up is because ice floats, except for the fact that solids are more dense than liquids. Ice, which is solid water, is less dense than a liquid. And this is why life is possible on this planet. But we find that the temperature of the water will be very, very cold in the winter, down to a point what we call the freezing line. And that may be anywhere from 1 to 2 meters, or maybe even 3 meters below the surface of the earth. Below that is 13.9 degrees Celsius. And so we find that the water underneath the ice can stratify if there is no motion. If there is no motion, then the water will stratify by energy level. And so what we have is not laminar flow, but a lamination of energy levels, just like the lamination of plywood, as we discussed earlier. And this is how fish can survive through the winter. So for instance, a bear, to survive in the winter, will go and hibernate within a cave. And within that cave, the body temperature of the bear will be contained inside the cave, and so the bear will survive. Well, the fish, if it's in the frozen water, how does it survive? And so what it does, it seeks a place where there is no laminar flow and the energy level will have laminated. In other words, there'll be a delay in the transition of the temperature, and the fish will be able to go into a state of suspended animation. Suspended animation, it's kind of like the bear hibernating over winter, or us hibernating through the night when we sleep. Isn't that what we do? We go into a state of suspended animation. And if we go into a state of suspended animation, that is our physicality. And so the soul of the body is still applying the motion to the body to maintain the Magravh condition, but the body itself is not moving. The body is exchanging energy to maintain the Magravh condition. The soul of the body is exchanging energy. The soul of the body and the physical body are 2 dimensions. 2 dimensions. So when we did the nano coating, what we looked at was we introduced nano coating laminate on top of the copper wire. And the nano coating created a condition, an environment where the energy between all the monatomic particles of the nano coating created a star formation. And so there was an exchange of energy between the star formations. And we had a question. We know at the top of the star formation is magnetical, but with two magneticals come together, there'll be a repulsion. And if we link up to gravitational, well, there will also be a repulsion. But wait a second, what does that mean? Well, so what that means is that this energy that is creating this repulsion is not visible and therefore not physical. But the manifestation of that reality is for sure plasmatic and maybe it's physical. So in the case of the nano-coated copper wire, yes, it is physical, but the repulsion is plasmatic. And so when we look at the core components, which are principal matter, transition matter, and mattergen state, they operate the same way. Whether there's a magnetical link, creates a gap, or a gravitational link, it creates a gap. And so what you have is a lamination where you have a stacking. And so when you have an atomic stacking, that stacking is a physical manifestation of atoms. So therefore, these atoms are physical. And so therefore, the wire has an outside and an inside. If we offset this slightly, we now create a physical acceleration. And so it becomes an energy transfer, and it becomes a plasmatic superconductivity. This lamination becomes a laminar flow. And the nano-coated wire becomes the path. And if it's a nano-coated wire, or if it becomes GANS, it too becomes a path. And that path becomes a field. And so we now involve the third dimension, the transmutation. This is where we not only have a strength of flow, but we now have a direction of flow, because the direction of flow, like the tornado, is coming from the top down, but the energy flow goes both ways from the bottom up. And so all of this is determined beyond the mag-grav condition, what we call the residue. That is the flow. That is the laminar flow. And the strength of that flow is the gradient charge versus the charge gradient. And so that creates a plasma in the core. And once it gets into that core, there's an enormous amount of pressure, just like we have with the musical chairs, and it has to go somewhere. And where that goes is we can't see it. And where it goes is determined by position. A position with what? Another plasma. And so when two plasmas interact, they create another dynamism. That's what we call dynamic plasma. So within the plasma, we have energy and motion, and between plasmas, we have energy and motion. And so whether the energy stays within or the energy is traveling without, that is susceptibility. And so when we start to compound these energies together, then we develop a synergy. So all of this has to do with relationship references, and we can do this within the range on this planet. So we can transcend from lower energies to higher energies, from physical energies to higher energies, and we just have to follow the rules. The full plasma rule is the higher strength feed. The higher strength field feeds the weaker strength field. And so if it's a field feeding, and if the universe exists from energy, then we find that this energy that is shown on the cover of book number 1, which is the principal matter, the transition matter, and the matter-gen matter, is plasma. It's not physical. Is what creates the motion and the connection to the emotion. And so we have a plasmatic manifestation and we have a physical manifestation. But if you get two plasmas that come together and they have a conflict point, then the energy field becomes weaker. And when the energy becomes weaker, we have a transition to a lower energy field. And the lowest energy field, of course, is the physical field. So the conflict point manifests a conflict field. And so there's always a weakening. And if there is a weakening of those two fields, that is not the only interaction, because those fields can either be maintained, dissolved, or enhanced. And it's all based on the fundamental principles of plasma reaction, magnetical attraction and repulsion. The fields go both ways. And so the basis of what we call creation is plus the magnetical, or what we call the decay is plus the gravitational, right? It becomes more dense. So it's a MAGRAV condition, which is a combination of the attraction repulsive forces plus an energy. So if it's magnetical, it's an emission, emitting from the MAGRAV condition. If it's gravitational, it's absorbing to the MAGRAV condition. You have to have a MAGRAV condition to have a point of starting and a point of destination. And so when we look at the Keshe model of nuclear decay of the neutron and how we got the neutron math, is we see that when we look at the periodic table of elements, these elements are atomic and these atomic elements are physical. So the uncut portions of the atom, which is uncut physicality, is cut up plasmatically. So the neutron is plasmatic, proton likewise, the electron likewise, but there is an energy transfer, and that energy transfer is the release of PM ticks. So what you're looking at is the 3 dimensions of energy in motion, none of which is physical. So the ray motion is what is part of creation, and that is your transmission and transition, but it doesn't account only for the motion. There has to be an emotion that goes along with it. And so the synergy that is created and the susceptibility is the bonding factor, which we don't really understand until we understand that when we're looking at how things are bonded and how things are unbonded, we have to look at the energy field. So this energy field, if it is in the physicality, is a manifestation. But if this field is in the plasmatic condition, it also is a manifestation. So it doesn't matter if you're going to a higher energy level or a lower energy level, or if you're staying on the same level. So we could say that the bond on the upper half of this picture is a laminar flow. But we could say that the energy on the bottom half of this picture is another laminar flow. And then we could say that these two energies, the top half and the bottom half, are also a laminar flow. But there's something that's missing because this is only 2 dimensions. So there's that covalent bond in the center, and that too is part of the laminar flow. So the three, the creation, the decay, and the covalent bond, that is your laminar flow. And which way is it going? And have we got things backwards, or are we upside down, or has just everything's just disappeared? And so what's disappeared is our knowledge and understanding. So when we look at the universe and we find that tiny little red dot in the bottom right hand corner, the reason it's so tiny is because the rest of the universe is so vast. And so we settle for these crumbs instead of looking at the whole universe. And the whole universe is looking at us and saying, what's going on? And so we had to start somewhere to relearn how we got here. And we used the cups of life as a tool. We took this physicality, and in that physicality, we created a magnetical field and a gravitational field. And then we found that by changing the components, one component is emotional and another component is physical. So the commotion is when the motion and the emotion comes together, right? But when you want to keep them apart, then keep the batches at least 1 meter apart when you're making the cups of life. But when you make a cup of life, what you find is that you have now created something out of nothing. Really? You created something out of nothing. Isn't that amazing? And it's time to understand that we can create the zinc GANs, copper GANs, CO2 GANs, calcium carbonate GANs, amino acid GANs, and the water GANs. These are all plasmas, and they came from the plasmatic air, including some kind of inspiration, some kind of motion, and some kind of emotion, and some kind of direction from a soul. And so the soul that we're talking about here is the soul of the body, because the body is physical and the motion of the body is a representation of the direction of the soul of the body. And the soul of the body is governed by the emotion, that's the connection. So the movement of the feeding and the feedback is the difference between the physical and the plasmatic state. And we are so dominant in our physicality, but there is a common denominator to our plasmatic capability as well, and we need to see that. We need to understand that because it's to our benefit. So when we're talking about the leaders of the planet, you are the leader, you have the energy, and you are part of the spice of life. You are all indomitable spirits. That indomitable spirit is fed by the dream energy of the spirit, and that defaults to the soul energy, which is moral and sober. So the difference between the universal cup and the staggered cup is the difference between the feeding and the feedback systems, the dynamic transfer state of the energy, or to the physical destination state of our bodies. So within our bodies, we have the lamination, which we call the skin, but under the skin is we have the GANs, which is the plasma energy that allows us to have both motion and emotion. So you understand then that the MAGRAV feeding conversion is energy is coming in and more energy is coming in. And then energy is going out and more energy is going out. And so whether more energy going out than energy coming in, or vice versa, is the susceptibility. And so you have to determine, what exactly are you doing? What are you feeding? Who are you feeding and why are you feeding? And what is the net result and whose responsibility is it? So when we're looking at our earthly point of view, we don't look at it from the earth's point of view, we look at it from our point of view, our soul, the gravitational point in the center of our existence. And the center of our existence is like the point of the tornado. There's only one problem. The difference between the tornado is it gravitates down towards the earth because it is losing energy. It is coming into the gravitational density of the earth view. We have the capability of gravitating upwards, enhancing, elevating. These are the skills we have to learn. How to convert by inversion. And so what affects this whole success is the rate of transmission. So the rate of transmission is our ability to take this motion, which is in the presence of physicality, and the emotion, which is the emotion of presence. And how do we cross this no man's land in between the feeding of our soul intention and the feedback of the environment that we're in? Something is missing. So when we look at a MAGRAV reactor, and this is a physical reactor with physical balls, physical GANs inside, and physical motors turning it, but what we created was a plasma field, and each field was operating independently. However, when we brought all the fields together, the combination of the fields created a dynamic plasma in the core. So when all the fields are working together, they created a laminar flow that was directed towards the core of this reactor. And once it got into the core, there's nowhere to go out. In a 3-dimension, the core is in the center of all 3 dimensions. What happens now? It has to go into the 4th dimension. So when we look at the funnel transmission, we look at the interaction of the soul of the man and the soul of the body. And how does that compare to the interaction of the soul of the body and the physical body? So there is a point of transmission. And so we find that this is how our aura works. We find that our feeding radiance is on the inside and our feedback radiance is from our environment. And it is this feedback that feeds back to our original feeding. And so our aura is part and parcel of this whole thing. But that's one plasma. And when we have two plasmas, there's an interaction. That interaction is a dynamic plasma. And so this feeding of the funnel energy transmission becomes a tunnel energy transmission, because there's now a feeding of another plasma coming in combination with the feeding of the present plasma. And so there's a zone in between, and that creates a tunnel. And that energy will flow through that tunnel as a laminar flow. And so what I've used today is physical representations that you can see of a laminar flow, and trying to explain how this flow is done plasmatically. So when you create a maggrav condition, and that will be in the center of these two no man's lands, the emotion of presence. So the emotion of presence represents motion and emotion. And there's something missing. And that's dynamic plasma beyond the aura, the plasma interaction. The feeding radiance of one plasma and the feedback radiance of another plasma. Those are the 2 points of reference. And then the in-between point is the flow of energy between, and it stays true. It stays true. It has to stay true. If it gets deceived, it will disconnect. This is why the ethos of the universe is so important, because this morality, compassion, and courage is what leads to creation. And the failing to honor these ethics is the failings of creation. That's a fact. That's a fact. So when we look at light, that's physical. What causes light to move? What we call motion, the motion of light. And what it causes it to be inspired to move, which we call emotion. And then what happens? What's missing? And so there are universal energies, and there's our role with these universal energies. And so we find that we have vertical enhancement units and horizontal enhancement units, which are drawing these energies in. And we can't see them because they're affecting our plasmagen state. And our plasmagen state is the inspiration of our motion and emotion. So we know this. We know this by connection, because we go to sleep, we dream, and some we remember and some we don't. But we are getting better at it, all of us. And one of the things that we're going to do is help the US military with their PTSD recovery as a gift from the foundation for access to these vision enhancement units, which will soothe the pain of the physical witnessing and restore the body to its default pathway manifestation. So each energy level is a plasma, and some are higher and some are lower. And so you can transcend these energy states, and in the process transcend the limitations of science. And this is very, very important, we've come to an existential crisis, and I would say an existential crisis is very, very important. All this has to do with the relationships between magnetical and gravitational field balances, which we call a magrav. And interestingly enough, we have to balance the scientific responsibility with the spiritual responsibility. The common denominator being the responsibility. So the plasma science adds to this knowledge. And now we know that we can change the rate of change by elevating our souls to a higher energy state. So we find that a tornado has a lot of power, but it loses that power because it's going the wrong way. We have to see how we got here. The soul of the sun plus the soul of the earth was attracting the soul of the man. And that's part of the convergence here. But once we had the soul of the man, then that with the soul of the earth attracted the soul of the body, you see. And the soul of the body had to have an inversion because it had to have a link. And then the soul of the earth plus the soul of the body manifested the physical body. And so the default pathway is the divergence of our humanity, and the link is of our source. And this is all go through our soul sequencing of energy levels, plasmatic energy levels. And the gift that we have is the capability of manifesting in the physicality. This is the soul of the earth relationship, where we have the outer space and the inner space and the earth space working together. We have the capability of this physicality, and we've grown to like it too much. There's nothing wrong with that. We are in heaven, heaven on earth. But we need to function the way the universal community functions, peacefully. This is why when we look at the manifestation of what we want, we have to look at what is feeding, what is giving us the motion, what is giving us the emotion. Whatever we have is a manifestation. And the emotion of presence is a form artifact of the energy in motion. And if we bind that energy and we rob from others, and we do it at the expense of others, there is a penalty, because that energy has to be held together, and it creates a binding, and the binding is at the penalty of the one who does the binding. So what is the normal? We want to default to normal. The majority are normal. The majority seek freedom and emancipation. The universe is normal. The earth is part of the universe. The earth seeks freedom and emancipation. That is why we've gone together. Man's existential crisis defaults to the harvesting of the plasma energy of the plasma universe. Harvesting of the plasma energy of the plasma universe. In other words, the interaction between outer space and earth space. And this is where the universal community needs to transcend no man's land, to go into no man's space, to join up with the rest of the universal community. There is a connection, and it doesn't have to be connected directly. It can be done contiguously, because the feeding and the feedback flows through a laminar connection between the inner space and the outer space, non-tangible, non-visible, contiguous connection, kind of like the pea stone. The pea stone follows the flux lines in a certain area and stays in that certain area, and it travels right around the world. And this is contributing to the emotion and the motion of the plasma community, to restore peace on earth. And this is where the greater oneness comes together, the greater oneness between the universal community and the Earth's community for the common good. So each one of us is an independent variable, and we can reach one in an independent universe, and we can teach one through the emotional transformation. One nation, one planet, one universe. Keshe Foundation, Spaceship Institute, Teachings in Plasma Science. We're calling all Earth shareholders, both near and far. We have a World Peace Treaty. Sign it with a pen, and sign it with your heart. And get on the proverbial horse and ride. Because when we do that, we will go at a faster rate. Because the emotional and physical transformation rate depends on the source and balancing of the feeding and the feedback system. So the universal language defaults to our original position. Plasma science needs to be delivered in exchange for peace on Earth. So welcome everybody to the outer space age. And I hope you've enjoyed this lesson. I hope you've enjoyed this trip. And we look forward to the next exciting episode. Thank you so much for allowing me to present. Over to you, Mark.
And thank you, Alex, for presenting. You could have probably broken it into 2 or 3 parts. It was so packed with knowledge and contemplation and understanding. We could have interacted on this teaching for days or weeks. There's so much in there.
It is advanced insight.
And peace on earth and goodwill to men. As I usually do, I ask if there's anyone new. I don't particularly see anyone here for the first time, but if you are here for the first time, please tell us your name and where you're from. But I think everyone's an old hand here, so to speak, in the plasma science. Even though we're old hands, we don't grasp all of it, or even to a big percentage of it so far, but we're getting there little by little, step by step. Would anyone like to bring up a question or raise a point or share some knowledge with the rest of the group? I'll just close my mic and see. One of the things that hit me, Alex, in a very strong way, Mr. Keshe was saying this week, where did the fields that created the creator come from? And, well, the fields obviously came from somewhere and created the creator. Now, everything we see and what we don't see, but let's just talk about what we see, were once part of the creator. And that's my understanding. At some point in time, if we back it up, they emanated from the creator. Now, when we're creating the dome of peace, or we're giving from our soul, or we're radiating out fields, aren't we doing pretty much the same thing? So that when the peace actually, it's already here, and when it manifests itself, can't we say we are truly part of that peace? Because we've given fields from ourselves to create that. It just hit me in a different way today for some reason, that we're actually part of it because we created it through the fields that we're radiating out. When we do these intentions, or what the Brazilian team does, they're actually part of the creation. If you back up those fields, it goes back to Portugal, or to Brazil, or it goes back to here, or it goes back to the individual that put out those fields. So we can truly say that we are part of creating the peace. I mean, not just an imaginary sort of thing where we say it, but the fields that we radiate out actually are manifesting. Now, maybe we haven't had enough field strength, or there's not enough layers for it to manifest in the matter state. As we know with the nano, it has to reach a certain amount of layers before we can see it. But it just hit me in a different way today that we are actually part of this piece that's being created, because we gave from, or we radiated out the fields with those intentions. And I don't know if you have any thoughts on that.
Yeah, the thought is that that was a brilliant synopsis of what we've been trying to teach. A plus.
But why doesn't it happen instantaneously?
It
Why?
does.
No, but we're still seeing conflict. We're still seeing, other things
Oh,
going
no,
on.
you're connected. You're connected, and so you are affecting that energy field. You are able to do that because you have this awareness. So you can't sit there and say, oh, I am aware, I am going to sit here like a light bulb and turn on and emit, because you just don't have the time and attention and the skill necessary to do that, because you are on the lowest energy level. So your soul does that for you. That's why the soul is so efficient. It is working at a higher energy level. So you are connected. The only way that you could be connected is to have first the awareness. And then second, you train yourself. And that's what you've been doing here every Sunday. Well, not just Sunday. You attend probably more classes than anybody I know. But and that's a compliment. The thing is that you're working at it. So if whatever you work at, whatever you give your time and attention to, that's what you'll be really, really good at. And so you're developing this skill, and you're benefiting by developing this skill. So it's that benefit that you are deriving is what's giving you the emotional impetus to keep going. But the impetus to keep going is manifest in motion. And so the driving force is the emotion, but that was not the source. There's another source, a non-visible source. So if you are disconnected from that source, well, then you say, oh, I'm just going to go and cross the borders of this country and just ransack it, right? And steal. But the thing is, what you're stealing is the lowest energy, and what you're absorbing is a higher energy. The emotion of that plasma field that you have violated, you absorb that energy. And you say, oh, well, I like that energy. That gives me more energy. Yes, it does, because you're operating at a lower energy strength. But now that you have it, you have to maintain it, because it's not going anywhere. So you're consuming. Oh, well, so at that point, you need to supplement more. And since you're disconnected from the universal energy, you continue to lie, cheat, and steal, and you think that it doesn't matter. Well, so what that does for your growth, which is on multiple levels of energy states, you have compromised your growth and totally suppressed it. And you gravitated to the lowest energy level, just like a tornado. And I want to use that analogy of the tornado, because what I'm saying about the tornado is that it manifests from an energy source and gravitated into a physicality. So it was losing energy. A lot of energy came and was lost in its physicality. And that is exactly what we're doing when we lie, cheat, and steal. So what happens if we flip that? What happens if we flip that? Will it point up? No. What we flip is the plasma energy. So in other words, the point becomes the physicality and the source is the higher energy strength.
So when we radiate out these fields, similar to what the creator has done, those fields, it's not like given the 5+1 a cookie, they eat the cookie and then the cookie is gone. These fields continue to interact, whether it's with the 5+1 or something else. We just created some sort of energy fields, correct? And they are going to do exactly what the fields that radiate out from the creator have done.
Yes, and by saying that too, you are directing that energy. But you know, when a tornado directs the energy, that is destructive. When you direct that energy, you are broadcasting. And so you are giving. But that is an unconditional giving. The condition of the success is also based on the recipient. So if the recipient is not within the field of broadcast and they are disconnected, they will not get it. But the thing is, their soul is always
The
listening.
souls are getting it,
The
more or
souls are
less.
getting, yes. And
Right.
so by feeding that, you are enhancing the energy level that is being transmitted to that soul. And in such point in time, there's a back pressure, right? Because it's feedback. They're doing something, they're feeding themselves, but the feedback is coming from us. And the feedback is saying, look, we need to do things the way the universal community does, right? Because we are looking for success. So if you keep practicing success, you will get success. If you practice failure, you will succeed at failing.
Right, now you mentioned the tornado again, and when you were showing the picture there, I was thinking there was some fields on the earth that were actually pulling that swirling down, or is it the swirling that makes it come down? I'm thinking of the lightning where Mr. Keshe said it always started from the earth and went up, even though it appears to come from the cloud down to the earth or cloud to cloud. So is the earth's magnetic gravitational fields pulling that, or is it just the whirling of the wind creating this conical funnel that forces it down, or maybe it's both?
No, it's the energy transmutation of the fields that are going around the earth, right? You know that there are weather patterns,
Mhm.
right? We have, westerlies and trade winds and things like that. And so the interaction of these fields that are flowing around the earth, when they come together and they create a plasma condition where you get three vortices coming together, then they create a dynamic energy flow. And since that is now manifesting into its physicality, it literally has to, as we say, decay. But although what that means is to step down in energy level. So if it's stepping down into energy level, it is losing energy by gaining density. And so flux line by flux line by flux line by flux line. So it gives and releases and steps down and takes. It gives and releases, steps down and takes, until eventually it hits the ground. And once it hits the ground, it cannot be compressed anymore. In the air, it can be compressed. But as soon as it hits the water or the ground, the solid, it cannot be compressed anymore. And then it all loses the energy through that friction. and that friction stays on that flux line. And so that becomes the point of conflict, and it's a draining of the energy. And if their energy is not being supplemented, then eventually that energy gets depleted. So the way the tornado, shall we say, stops being a tornado is exactly the same thing that happens with the energy pack, or shall we say, virus.
Yeah, it just hit me in a different way today about radiating out the fields that I didn't feel or sense or think I understood before. I don't know what, maybe I can't
no.
explain it, but there was something different that happened today.
No. You're feeling deficient in some way, and the thing is that you have, shall we say, had a kind of epiphany. You have
Yeah,
greater insight, and now a picture is forming in your head, and you're trying to explain that. So the thought process has to be articulated in verbal communication. The verbal communication between being at a physical level, low energy state, your thought process being in a higher energy state. So this is the conflict that you're
right. And it
having
wasn't
here.
just me. I was thinking of all of us of radiating out our fields. It wasn't just me in specifically. It hit me differently, but I was also thinking of all of us radiating out these fields.
100%. So now this is the challenge that that I'm faced with is how to convey this information. And it's taken me all of these classes to do that. And so we talked about a lot of things that we drew in from previous classes, right? So all those ideas have laid a foundation to allow us to construct this idea. And now this idea has manifest. And the
Right.
transmission.
And
the
you're radiating
transmission-
out fields as well.
Correct.
Through this teaching or through Jalal's teaching or through Elias's work or Claudia or all of us.
Correct. And why why is this group so strong? Because the number of students that we have here has been consistent, rock solid. It's on Zoom, right? It's transcending 6 continents, but it's rock solid. How is that possible? Because there's a motion
It's small, but it's strong.
Yeah, it's small but strong, sure. So by transmitting on a higher energy level, that's where the strength is. The strength is not in the numbers, the strength is in the field's force. So yeah, my hat's off to you, because you've articulated the whole thing brilliantly. I would record that and get a transcript and reread what you just said, because you said in a matter of minutes what I've drawn on for a longer period of time.
I'm going with no face and no place.
So you're a nowhere man in a nowhere land.
Yeah. And please, someone else come in if you'd like. But when you go back to, you talked about this microscope looking at the blood. And Mr. Keshe was talking about, now the blood is a plasma. Obviously, the blood contains the soul, I think he said at one point. But when you said you could look at the blood and see the health, but he was talking about looking at the GANs and seeing how they, the beautiful interactions you get in the vacuum. Once you take the blood out of the vein or the artery or wherever you get it from, now you're not in the vacuum condition anymore, right? It's different. So I would think it would give you a different look if it's not in the vacuum condition.
Yes, and so there is this, what do you call it? This gap, right? This is what I talked about, this gap between the point and the actual manifestation. So the blood outside is carrying a life force, and I believe Mr. Keshe said something like it would last about an hour.
Okay, I see. Alenka, you have your mic open. Would you like to contribute? Oh, she closed it quickly. Thank you. Anyone else would like to come in here and put up a question or make a comment or share some knowledge? I don't think Alex would be offended if it's not on his teaching. But we wanted to try and stay with the teaching today. It's an advanced teaching. Like I said, Alex, there was so much packed in there that you could have broken it down into 2 or 3 segments, and it'd still be quite deep.
Well,
want to
we're
say something.
running out of time. So yes, welcome.
Thank you. I see everything. I'm going to explain my point of view. When I go to the Bengali teaching, sometimes I say, we live inside the God. So.
Did you say the Bengali teaching?
Yes, with
Oh, good.
respect. Yeah. So we live inside the God. I say sometimes. I feel that way, like everything is made by God or source or energy, whatever it is, we are all together inside it. So whatever we are, God is the same thing. So like a human body, we can think about human body. We have memory, we have soul memory, we have physical memory, we have cell memory. So if we live inside the God, if we made by God, that means we have the God memory. That means we are God too, part of God. So everything is connected. Like if one ant bite my finger or anywhere in the body, my whole body feel that. I know it is something happened inside my something biting me. So my whole body knows. The same thing, same way. If we are connected, we are inside. So everybody knows, and we feel the God too. So just we are like a cell trying to understand the whole body, our condition right now, that. And someday we'll connect everything. And we are connected. Whatever we do, if we try to disconnect or anything, we can't. We won't, because we are inside it. We are that. And we are finding that thing different way. We are learning different way.
We're trying to connect with something we're already connected with.
Yeah, inside it. And we are that. That's it. That's it. Thank you.
I have a point to add, and that is, that's an excellent point that you made. And the thing is, morality or ethos of the universe is what allows this to continue. If the ethos becomes removed, then that is the point of disconnection. And this is the lesson that we all have to learn. So it's hard to teach that lesson on the physical level, but it's a lot easier to teach it through the peace stone.
So with the universal community putting energies into this planet, and I would think it would be the same thing of what we're trying to elevate the world leaders or the 5+1 or whatever we're trying to elevate, they didn't see it change immediately either. They've been putting energy into this planet for what, millions of years?
Yeah, but they have similar problems to ours. You see, again, because it's a two-way street. So they can be feeding, but we're feeding back, and they have to deal with it. This is the dilemma. You know,
Yeah.
how long do you put up with that?
Yeah, he said that they're in the same position as we are. They're trying to get back to the mother or to the soul. They're trying, if they knew how to fly with their soul, they wouldn't be in a craft. Yeah. So we're
Yeah, but
basically in the same position, even though they're advanced in the technology end of it, but yet they haven't really, and not all of them, I would say. But this is what Mr. Keshe was mentioning, that if they knew how to fly with the soul, they wouldn't be in a physical craft.
Well, let's differentiate, if I may, please. So the ones who are most skillful are stars, and the ones who are not as skillful are in crafts. But I just want to change one word. You said physical craft. It's a plasmatic craft.
Okay, a plasmatic craft, but it appears as a solid in the physicality.
If it comes down like a tornado, if it comes into the lower energy state. And so, you know, a while ago, there was a picture of someone in some kind of craft playing in the border zone between the plasma state and the physical state. And it was creating these patterns in the sky, right? They were having fun. It was kind of like
Oh, the
joyride.
jokers, you mean?
Yeah, the jokers, right? So why don't we see them? Because they're in a plasma state. Are they themselves in a plasma state? Well, that question wasn't answered. They could be in a physical state, encapsulated in a plasma state. So if the plasma state can encapsulate the physical state, the question is, why not? Because in our physicality, the body encapsulates our plasma state, right?
Yes, and it's amazing to see all these other knowledge seekers, I guess, in universities and the religious sects and so on are also trying to understand this Keshe technology. We don't hear much about it in maybe NASA or in, you know, the Vatican and so on. They're trying to discover and add in their realm as well. We think it's only us. We see so many people in this meeting or so many people in that meeting, but there's many, many more in scientific and space agencies that are also listening to every word Mr. Keshe says and trying to unravel it.
So if you say that this awareness achievement, or the achievement of awareness, is a point of conflict, then there's something wrong with the learning system.
I'm not saying that.
No, I'm saying this is in general, that if they're having trouble grasping the
Teachings,
science,
yeah.
then they are themselves at a point of conflict between their current understanding and this new awareness. So how fast and how efficiently do they resolve this point of conflict? And they have to do this. So if they depend, you know, to try and understand the plasma science through physical terms is a slow process. But if we elevate and work from the top down, then we will find that the energy that the tornado has doesn't need to step down into the physicality and lose its energy. So the energy that's within the tornado can be ongoing. And this is what the Gans is. The Gans is a little sun, and it keeps on shining. And the souls who understand this, they themselves then become radiant points of sunshine. And this is a concept that is hard for us to grasp because we're so mired in the physicality. And I'll be the first to admit that. So,
Right, in understanding the physicality and starting to understand the plasma, this imbalance, I remember it being said that the creator was created because there was an imbalance in the fields. This is the part of the creation process when you have an imbalance. So now we're looking at ourselves, I mean, we used to as just totally physical beings. Now we're looking at the plasmatic end of it as well as the physicality. So this imbalance that we're going through or in our minds or whatever is doing some sort of creation process of a deeper understanding.
yes, and imbalance.
That's what I'm saying, imbalance, yes.
So just because you have a car doesn't mean you're not going to walk to the grocery store. But for some people, even if the grocery store is next door, they'll still get in their car to drive. So the vehicle that we use is, our choice, isn't it?
No question, yeah. You decide whether you want to ride the camel or the Rolls Royce or the jumbo jet or the UFO or the soul.
Yeah, and so if you're the person who's deciding, then you're the one who bears the responsibility.
But now we can operate in both dimensions, the physical dimension as well as the energy. I don't know if we can switch back and forth like a light switch where you turn it on and you turn it off.
Oh, no. It's all in parallel. This is a laminar flow. The energy is flowing plasmatically and the energy is flowing physically. It all depends on the density. And so the density determines the positioning between the two plasma fields.
Okay, I know someone would like to bring some knowledge into this meeting or to ask a question or to share a comment. And that's okay. You can operate on the silent line of communication as the souls are all interacting. Diane says, thank you, Alex, for sharing your wisdom. Much appreciated.
Thank you. So if you look at this diagram, again, so what is the gravitational aspect of it? So the gravitational is your boundary, because that contains your field strength. And so what is your motion? Your motion is magnetical. And so that's at the core. But it can't stay there because of the pressure. The pressure keeps coming in. And so it has to go somewhere. Right? It's like squeezing a tube of toothpaste. It has to go somewhere as long as there's an external pressure. Well, that external pressure comes from the field, the gravitational field, because it's drawing energy. It is gravitating energy. And so that energy is coming in. So you have, in this case, it's a two-dimensional thing. You have the upper field and the lower field, and they are growing. And they come to a pressure point. They're squeezing the center point. Well, it can't go towards the gravitational. It is already committed to supporting the gravitational, but now there's an excess of energy. So the relationship between the core And the gravitational fields, the two gravitational fields, is a McGrath condition. And so the motion becomes your magnetical release. And the more pressure, the greater the acceleration. And when we create this laminar flow, so there's no obstruction, there's no resistance, it's a plasmatic superconductivity. Well, fasten your seatbelt. This horse is going to ride.
And back to the skin, I was hearing someone say recently, not in the foundation, but in another, they were using some sort of light and they were trying to generate maybe some vitamin D within the skin. And they were saying there was 7 layers. We know the outside is the matter state, right? The outside of the skin is definitely matter state. And the inside is interacting with the plasma, and the middle is, but there may be more layers and maybe some are just, again, I'm not sure. I just heard it said that way, that there were like 7 layers to the skin and maybe 2 of them are transitional or 3, you know, I'm not sure. But I think the 3 layers is just for a simple understanding, yes?
Yes, excellent, Mark, because when you're looking at this gravitational field, you understand that this gravitational field is the residue from a McGrath condition. Okay, so this gravitational field upper layer is from the residue from 3 dimensions, and the bottom layer is the residue from 3 dimensions. And so both are gravitating. So you have an interaction, and this interaction creates a dynamic flow in the center. So you're 3 up and 3 down, you have this one core in the middle, there's your 7, but it can't stay there, right? It has to move. So it can't move within those 3 dimensions. It can move between them. The upper layer is 3 dimensions. The bottom layer is 3 dimensions. There is a gap in between. This is the superconductivity gap, and the energy will flow through there, but it cannot flow through either of those 3 dimensions. In other words, it's not the upper 3 dimension and it's not the bottom 3 dimension. So the center one is the 4th dimension. And so the 4th dimension can flow, but it of itself is a PM tick. It's part of the transmission. And the transmission then goes from the funneling effect of the McGrath, which you see with the star formation, to the tunneling effect of the superconductivity. And because there's no resistance, you have laminar flow.
Yes, the plywood was a very good example of that.
Yeah, and that question you asked was also an excellent question. So you're following the program. That's you know, where you came up with that question after I started the presentation. How did you do that?
Well, I hadn't heard that word before. That's why. I know what a laminate is, but I didn't know the word you were using. Laminar flow.
Well, it's if I may just add one more thing. You drop a stone into the river or into a pond. Drop a stone into the pond, what happens? There's a flow of energy that comes from that point and it expands outward, right?
Yes.
That's wave flow. This is direction.
Yes, I drove by the ocean today and it was the tides were coming in and you could just see these different layers going across the ocean. I mean, they were sort of parallel to, not completely parallel to the shore, but there was just wave after wave after, it wasn't waves that were breaking, but more like a rolling sort of a wave. And they were all one, but yet they were separate. And
Yeah,
that's sort of a laminate in a way.
well, it's rolling over some kind of flow, isn't it? So there's a magrav in one field, and the rolling is a magrav of another field, and so there's an interaction.
Yeah, you could
So-
see a peak in a valley, a peak in a valley, a peak in a valley. Not big waves, just, and nothing breaking, but just this sort of motion.
See, so once you see this, okay, so then you look at, let's say, well, we're coming into mosquito season. So if you look at the mosquitoes, they don't bump into each other, and they gather in a, which is, if it's in the air, then it's a flock. Would you say it's a flock?
Swarm.
Oh, a swarm, yes. It's a swarm of mosquitoes.
Yeah, that's not a
Yeah.
good sign.
Yeah, but the thing is that they swarm within an area, okay, and then what they're doing is they are swarming from a lower level to a higher level, and then they back down, and so I watched them how they did this, and then what do you call them, dragonflies eat the mosquitoes, right? And you see how a dragonfly flies, you know, it can basically stop on a dime,
Yeah.
and then all of a sudden take off like a bat out of hell. So, and it can change direction very, very quickly. So it is definitely, and it doesn't have a jet propulsion, and it doesn't have what do you call it? It
Doesn't
is,
have any fuel.
yeah, it doesn't have any fuel. That's right. So, but what is it doing? It is you know, feeding as it's flying. And you see, you know, sometimes you see birds flying through the sky, and they look like some kind of nutcases. They're flying wacko all over the place, but what they're doing is they're chasing mosquitoes. And they fly faster than the mosquitoes, so they just fly with their mouth open, and they have a feast. So this is the birds, the mosquitoes, the dragonflies. They all understand this super plasmatic superconductivity, and they don't speak English, and they don't go to these classes. They just do this naturally. So they are the teachers. They teach us, right? They teach us how to do things.
Oh, definitely.
Yes.
See a lot of similarities.
Nature teaches us a lot of stuff. Yeah. Everything is here. You have to see, only look for it.
So once you start thinking in those terms, you start reassessing your viewpoint to a lot of things. Like I
Yes,
said,
yes, I do. I want to say something right now.
yeah, go ahead.
When I see my skin, there is a pore, right, in the skin.
The pores, yes.
Yeah, pores in the skin. So when I see those, I think about that. Why people making rocket to go outside of the Earth? I think so. Naturally, we have some kinds of pore, or some kinds of black hole or white hole, or something to go outside from this Earth. There should be. Now they're going with rocket and this and that. I don't think so. These are the good way to go outside. There would be natural way to go outside, like a pore, right?
Yes, we were talking about that earlier, not in this class, but apparently there's going to be a two-track. We're going to keep the rockets going at least for a while, probably not to disturb the economy so much. You just can't like feed people. There needs to be a transition period, I think we were talking about earlier, because the farmers and the distributors and everything else, the fertilizer producers, if you just start feeding people through plasma fields, then it would cause quite a disruption. And I know this technology is not really meant to create an upheaval, let's say. Oh, maybe over the long term, we will get there, but there needs to be a transition time and period, not to just abruptly, I don't think.
No, I'm not talking about only that, but
Okay.
other stuff like we want to go to the moon and the Mars and everywhere, and we are reaping the Bell Allen Bells, is that player,
Mhm.
and then shooting the rockets and everything. But there should be natural way to go there. There should be like a skin. There should be in the layer. There should be hole, some kinds of black hole or white, some kinds of way to go outside from this
Do you mean
Earth.
like a worm
Wormhole, black hole,
porthole?
like the portal, right, natural stuff. There should be like that, and we should go that way, not the breaking the skin of the what is that, Bell Allen belt or something.
Well, he did talk about that C-14 creating bus stops or portals for the universal community to join us here, or for us to join with them through this connection in the universe called the carbon-14.
Yeah, everything in the
Again, you
nature.
don't have to move anywhere to do it. That's the beauty, I think, of this technology. We all think you have to physically move to go somewhere, but in our dreams, we're not moving at all.
Yeah, there is a lot of stuff, just we need to think about that different way. Why is quiet?
The mental gears are turning.
Yes.
And of course, this imbalance about what we think we understand, and then we get another teaching, and that creates sort of an imbalance. And this is part of the creation process, I think. When Alex brings something, or Jalal, or one of the other teachers brings something that doesn't actually agree with what we think we understand, this imbalance about what was said and what we have internalized starts this process of creation or interaction. And that's why an imbalance is actually good.
Yeah, it bond. Imbalance and balance together make something. Bond.
Good evening. This
Hello,
is
Gallo.
Galip from Holland. Uh, I I joined a little bit later, so I just heard the end, and still thank you so much for the beautiful teaching. I'm happy to be here, and there was a question that I had about a past teaching of Sir Keshe. If it's appropriate, I'd like to bring it up.
No problem.
It's from 229. I can maybe share a quick picture.
Sure.
Okay.
Is
I
Linz,
share my
is
screen.
Linz far from you, Galeb?
Linz?
Yes.
Linz is maybe 1,000 kilometers.
Oh, okay. That's a good distance. Yeah.
It's not too far, but yeah, it's a few hours.
It's not next door. I was thinking you were much
Yes.
closer in the 30, 50 kilometer range. Yeah.
No, no. It's 2 countries away. If it's all right, you can see a picture now.
Yes.
So this was, someone was talking about making deuterium and tritium. I don't remember who. And then Sir Keshe said, yes, that's all right. That's a quality, the way of suspending CH3 in the air in a CO2 box, I believe. And then he said, that works, but it's not the only way. And then he said, let me proceed by telling my way, or the way we do it in the universe.
Okay.
And he started drawing these circles, and he said H, H2, H3. But he never said what what those circles were, or I might have missed it. But if anyone, I know it's a bit out of context, so maybe we can guess together, or someone knows a bit more about this. What I did, I just made 3 CH3 systems and I connected them to each other. But
So-
I have to see.
If I can just say, the circles are fields, and they are different in terms of field strength. And that
Yes.
field strength is based on mass.
Mhm.
So clearly there is a difference in mass between the H2, and H3.
Yes.
So, so if you are increasing the mass, or shall we say increasing the field strength, so you are adding. And if you're lowering the mass, you are lowering the field strength, you are decreasing. So this is the give and take. And the give and take is not just at one point. There has to be a continuous flow. So this is a representation of a plasma transaction at one point. But what you have to think of it as an avalanche, as an avalanche of transactions. And this is going on constantly. So it's not, one transaction for one point at one point in time, like a second. And there's 2 things that you have to understand. When you're talking about the source of the energy, it doesn't necessarily come from the 3 that you're looking at. So in other words, the conversion of the hydrogen to the deuterium is not necessarily the same one.
So if we were to make CH3 systems here and free floating CH3s in these,
Right?
would this happen?
Yes.
But also with, yeah, okay.
Yes, exactly.
That's very nice. That's interesting.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
So you have to understand then that this is a continuous thing. It is at a high gradient. So there's a high flow, there's a high susceptibility, and so there's a high energy flow. So, and this is drawing in, so the size of the plasma field, so you understand that the hydrogen is much smaller, say, than the oxygen, right? So the size of the plasma field does not represent the field strength.
Yes, okay.
That's the key point.
Is that someone's, about what you said, can we then say we have to contain, because when we have the 3 systems and they're all different strength, but because of the new interaction, they will interact also with the old, and that might pollute what you get in the middle.
No, No, there's no
No?
pollution. No, because it's a natural selection.
Oh, between them three, they become 1, 2, and 3. So you make
Right.
this strength difference.
Yes.
But I was wondering, do I have to put this in a nano-coated container? Like one way or this way? The nanocoat should be on the inside or outside? I'm wondering, because the nanocoat on the outside will protect it, I think.
So I think you're right. But the thing is that, so the plasma has two characteristics, one of a field absorption and one of as a barrier,
Yes.
right? So the barrier is the resistance, the repulsion, and the absorption is the attraction. So on whichever side you put the nano coating is the side that you're determining whether it's going to repel or attract. But when you're looking at the interaction of the field for the single cup, you're looking at a plasma. But when you're looking at the interaction of three cups in a star formation, now you have the potential to create a dynamic plasma, because you have the plasma in each individual one, and then you have the plasma of the interaction. And the plasma of the interaction is at a higher strength.
Hmm.
And so now you have an interaction, a dynamic interaction at a higher strength, and a dynamic interaction at a lower strength. Okay. So now what happens? You look at the lower strength dynamic interaction as one dimension, and you look at the dynamic interaction at a higher strength as one dimension. So when you have those two plasmas interacting, what is missing? The thing that's missing is what causes the motion, and the connection is the emotion, and the connection to what? And so that leads you to your next discovery.
Should I say what I think?
Sure, if you want.
Do I want it? Yeah, I should say. Is that me?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Yes, it is. Okay.
Okay.
And you can only be successful if you're moral in that. We have seen plasma reactions come to a dead stop when so someone who is not understanding of this science cannot fly a spaceship. You go inside the spaceship and you come out and you say, well, I'm still here. It's like a fax machine, right? You're sending a fax, you put the paper into the fax machine, and as the secretary says, she says, I don't understand this fax machine at all. I put the paper in and it's still here.
Mm-hmm.
Dan is saying, can you find the explanation in Mr. Keshe's description of the neutron GANs? And he, above that, he has from the 228th, and he gives a link.
What time maybe we can listen together, or if you can send me the time in private or in the chat for everyone.
You can take it right out of the chat here. Dan, did you want to add to this? Have you explored this a little deeper? He may not be able to open his mic.
Yeah.
Oh, Dan, we're hearing you, but you're way in the background. Come closer.
Okay.
There.
Now it's better.
Yes.
Okay. It's many things regarding the H2 deuterium and tritium GANs, exploration of fields, not only here in 2028, 2029. It's when it explain the playing between these three. Its feeding system is the belt of the spacecraft. It's many things inside us. Now I just searching quickly when speak again regarding this. Perhaps it's find the explanation in this video. I sent it a fragment of 228. I put the link in the chat.
Thank you.
It's a few minutes of fragment.
Anything else, Gallup? We're going to play a few-minute clip at the end there about these classes that are starting up, I think, around June 11th, which is in the Keshe Foundation store. They're not going to be recorded, he said, but people will learn how to make ceramics, learn about painting with the GANs, learn about sculpturing, making the perfect GANs, making the perfect magrevs, he said, and then you'll be able to go out and teach these to the others. So there are some classes which there is a fee, but and there's a limited availability, but you'll be able to share with the rest of us, whoever goes to these classes. And again, this cup of pressure and this, I don't know if the cup of sweet would be included, but those are two really huge areas where we can definitely make some impressions on many people, as we've heard from Jacko, who's not, he was here, but I think he had to go. A lot of impact in their lives that you can actually make at home once we learn the actual technique. So he's going to be releasing some really good ways of making these products for ourselves.
Yeah, so that's really exciting news, Mark. So just before you go into that, I want to thank everybody for allowing me to present today. And thank you for all your participation. Fabulous questions. Even the ones you asked, Mark, they were fabulous questions.
Yeah, it was for all of us, as your teaching is for all of us as well.
So I'm going to release the screen, or you take over the screen.
Okay.
And thank you all so much for attending. Beautiful Sunday afternoon. Next week is going to be another beautiful day.
Great.
So stay tuned.
Great. And again, we're getting very close to the flight on June 6th.
Speaking about that,
yes,
I had an intention to go there with some people I knew, but as far as anyone knows, I thought it was going to be something public, but maybe it won't be. I don't know. Is there something anyone knows about the decision about this, or can we wait? Or otherwise, I'm going to send a question about this to an official person. But
are you talking about the classes?
No, the June
flight.
6th event in Tehran.
Well, the June 6th is a Monday, and we have a couple of Thursdays in between. We're only at T minus 29 days, so there will be announcements coming within the next couple of weeks. So, yeah,
I see.
Stand by.
Okay. All right. Yeah, it's just you have to get some things done, but we'll see. I think it will work out before the visa and everything.
Okay, so let's hear more about these classes, which are quite limited, 15 or 20. And then I guess if you sign up and the class is already full, you'll be into the next class. And I think they're going to be once a month, but I'm not sure exactly. I think he mentions it here. So we'll hear this, and then we'll hear the video on the new tomorrow from Lisa, and then the final disclaimer, and the meeting will end. Is anyone else want to bring anything else here today? I want to thank you again, Alex, and all the participants today.
Can you hear the thunder?
You mean in your voice?
The thunder of everyone riding the horses out of the meeting.
Oh, no.
Well, they're silent horses.
Ah. Yes, the souls are working together more than we know, I think. Again, this whole world that we're so connected to the matter state that we have to see it or count how many people are here to see if we have a successful meeting, or, you know, is this meeting better than another meeting because there was only 2 people in the other meeting? But there's many more souls here than we realize. And what's going on. If we just look through the matter state, we get fooled again. But we're going to operate in both dimensions. That's the beauty of what we're learning to do, I think. And again, continue on deeper and deeper and deeper understanding. I don't think the knowledge ever ends. As he said in one of the teachings, there's thousands of steps on this ladder, and probably each step has another 1,000 sub-steps. So it's step by step as we go. Little by little, we'll learn more. And I think these enhancement units will really wake up a lot of people and realize something that they've just been imagining or just did during the dream state. So we have a lot to look forward to. As he said, mankind has a glorious future ahead, and we haven't really totally comprehended what Mr. Keshe and the Foundation has brought to this planet as of yet, but we're envisioning it, but not fully understanding and comprehending it all. And there's probably going to be many, many surprises as he hasn't shared everything. He'll just let it roll out, so to speak, as I see it at this point. So thank you all for attending. Alex, thank you for continuing to share with us the understanding and knowledge of the creator and the creation process. And we know it's quite deep. Okay, so I'll play this few-minute clip here, and then the new tomorrow video, which is so beautiful, and then the final disclaimer, and the meeting will end. Anyone else want to bring anything else that they haven't up to this point? And again, the support for the Keshe Foundation will continue. So whatever you can do, small or large, they do need the help. And whatever reason, I'm not exactly sure. I thought much of the funding and the funds were in place, but of course people back out and so on and so forth. But I think the foundation still needs help, and fundraising will continue. And there may be more in it for you than you realize. Just by giving, you'll receive. You cannot outgive the creator. So keep that, whether, and again, if you want something, you'll order something from the store, but try and make some sort of donation periodically. He said we need to keep this going. So there's something more to it. And of course, when you're doing it on such a large scale with hospitals and CO2 capture centers and agriculture and giving away flight enhancement systems and other systems, and the money probably goes down rather quickly when you're working on a worldwide basis. But it's all put back into the foundation, as I understand it. So whatever you purchase out of the store, less the cost or whatever of expenses and making it and materials, it just goes all back into the foundation as it grows. And we'll see over the next 5 to 10 years or so on, the Keshe Foundation will become one of the largest institutions or businesses on this planet. So we're going to see all of this come in the next so many years, hopefully, barring any hiccups, glitches, or what have you. We'll continue on. Either way, it will be delivered, whether it's in the short term, which we're all hoping for, or in the longer term, which has been promised. So either way, it will appear. And it's already happened, as he said, and we'll hear that in the new tomorrow video. So let me see if this will start playing at this point. Used to always start right perfectly.
While you're in the subject about the technology,
Don't forget to share.
Oh, sorry, Alex, I'm not well known for sharing. Thank you. Thanks for reminding me.
while you're in this subject about the technology, as
I've just noticed John Bliven is joining. Let's see if there's anything John would like to share before we go to this, the classes that'll be starting in Linz to make the perfect Gans or the perfect Magrev and so on, the cup of pressure. I just noticed John just when I started to play the video. Thank you, John, for joining. I don't know if there's anything, let me see, make sure he's here. Yes. Is there anything you'd like to bring up? It's getting close to the end of the meeting, but we always have time for a good kebab.
I didn't really have anything, Mark. I watched your group's video on the video session, or on the TV session.
Oh, thank you.
And I noticed that there were some questions on the iUnit and what the iUnit's going to be doing.
Oh, yes, Ed was very interested. Ed, if you're here, maybe you'd like to interact with John. He wants to make a video, John, something more detailed than what we've seen in the workshops and so on. Maybe he can contact you directly for more, but please share.
If he's there, I'll interact with him, because this is exactly what we'll be looking for. And the support of the group is going to be greatly appreciated. Not only for the iUnit, but as we get moving with the space unit, which is getting very close, we're basically a month away. We'll want to start putting information out into the public domain that will make them aware of all the stuff that's coming forward. I'm hopeful to be able to get some actual experiences with the iUnit, so we can, share people's real experiences, because I think that's going to be,
The most powerful,
most
yes.
powerful. But even before that, we need that introduction so that people can be aware that it's out there. And then as the testimonials start to come in, both for the iUnit and the space unit, they can add to the information as we go. But I'm going to kind of rely a little
That
bit on
sounds fantastic.
help me a little bit, because I think we can put together, more than just plain video of this is it, with the appropriate background pictures, etc. Make it interesting.
He referred to it in a couple different ways, John, as the brain enhancement or emotional enhancement. Is there an actual name to it? Is it both the brain emotional enhancement system, the vision?
So we're calling it the vision enhancement unit, but it has the two components to it. It also, and I know there's a little confusion in your group about how it's going to be interacting with the spaceship unit.
Oh, yes.
The pilot will actually wear one of these units, and it'll have two handheld, I'll call them like a joystick, that'll be attached to them also. And the pilot will use this until the pilot becomes strong enough and balanced enough with his energy fields to be able to interact with the spaceship in a way that he's comfortable with. In other words, the thoughts and emotions are more clear,
Sync,
not scattered.
in sync with it,
In
with
sync,
the sync
exactly,
system,
balanced.
with
Yeah,
the soul of the system.
exactly. And that will come, but it'll take a little bit of practice.
Are they actually asking for volunteer pilots? I know in the future, he said there won't be any pilots. You'll be with the soul of the system will be interacting with the passengers. But
I noticed he put out a call for the pilots. I think it's a little bit premature until we, get the units and actually start to experience some of the stuff. As they start to roll out to other countries, there will be a need for pilots. The first people that can kind of, break the ice and understand how the systems work. Initially in Arizona, it'll be me that does the initial test flights and piloting until we're comfortable with how it works and how we can interact with other pilots and have them take control.
But that's in the Universal Body Enhancement Spaceship Unit. We're just talking about and Alex had mentioned the Vision Enhancement System for the veterans. Are you referring to this as well?
So the Vision Enhancement System for the veterans will not require a pilot per se. It'll just require a person, wanting to have his energies balanced, and will go under the unit, and they'll experience what they experience. Each person's experience is probably a little bit different.
Yeah.
Some people will be farther away, and other people will be, closer to understanding what it's all about.
Ed, I'm handing it over to you. Would you like to interact with John?
I'm listening avidly. Can you hear me okay first? I don't know about my internet connection.
Yes.
No, you're good.
Okay. Okay, so John, ever since you mentioned to me months ago about this, I have not forgotten. I have occupied my thoughts with it sporadically, but each time I decide I want to do something, I realize I don't know enough about its interaction or its purpose for the people to really put something together. And maybe I should have contacted you privately to discuss this more, but maybe if we got together privately or for a meeting, could you convey any of that to me or tell me where to?
Absolutely. I'm easy to get along with and easy to talk to about this kind of stuff, because it's what I do.
Can you share anything more, John, with the rest of us at this point?
Yeah, I'm just now in the background looking for some of the pictures, because I think some of the pictures will help a little bit.
I'm looking at your picture, but don't look now, but look who's behind you.
What do you mean by that?
Your picture on the screen here that we see.
Can you see my screen?
No, we can't see your screen, but we see your picture that you're using now. I was saying, don't look now, but look who's behind you. I think
I don't see it. I don't see it.
I don't know what you're talking about, but
I don't see John.
Well, there's a little yellow man with kind of large eyes.
Okay.
Oh, gray. One gray is there.
Yeah, I just use that.
Thank you.
I will say something after finishing your talking about the spaceship.
Sure.
Right now?
You can say it now while I'm looking for these pictures.
Oh, great.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Selena and Ed.
Okay. Yeah, John, one time I did fly the spaceship, and after that I try a few times, but I couldn't. But one time I lifted it like a 3-story building high, and it was with me inside. I was inside the spaceship, and I lift it. I told before, I think so. We talked before what?
As a matter of fact, you did, and this is the step, a step farther than what we're going with our spaceship. So this is, you know, congratulations for that, because people, you know, that have experienced that will. Oh, here we go. Let's see here.
Now, I know there was an issue with borders, so you're probably in the flight enhancement system, you'll probably be staying at this point within the continental United States.
I think we have to go through this testing phase before we, you know, before we're going to the moon or any place like that. Can you see my screen there? If I can.
Yes, we see your screen.
Okay, do you see just the boxes there?
Mm-hmm.
Those are the units in Austria getting ready to ship. And these are the 2 handheld units that will be, that the person will hold while they're using the I unit. So you have your base here. It'll go up to the top of the I unit when you'll sit in a chair. So this system will roll up to the back of a chair. You'll hold these 2 units, and this hair dryer type arrangement, I think you've seen it before.
Yes.
Over your head. So these are boxes that are ready to ship. There's the problem with the shipping is trying to do it in such a way that we don't get interference.
I remember him mentioning that the military was asked to deliver certain things.
Yeah, and they're not going to do that. So so we got to do it ourselves. Okay, am I not sharing anymore?
No, we're just seeing your picture.
Okay, good. Okay, any other questions?
Ed? Ed, are you still with us?
Yes, I'm still with you.
Okay.
No, I mean, I would like to talk to you, John. I will, I'll shoot you in Telegram, and maybe we can arrange to meet together, perhaps. I just want to get more of an idea of talking points about the unit and what it's going to be used for and how it interacts with the person. And
you'd probably like some pictures to include in the video, I would think.
Yeah.
Yes, of course.
Hey, maybe Ed would like to take a vacation out to Arizona when we do our flight testing, initial flight testing.
We talked about this a couple weeks ago.
That would be a big help for the foundation too.
I have a video camera, a nice one.
Yeah.
I just did not.
As we actually get the unit in, and the units are supposed to be shipping from China maybe this week, but they won't be finished units. We have some work to do.
Right.
We're still targeting the 2nd of June. It's got its challenges associated with it, but we'll see how things go.
Are you getting 2, or is one still going to NASA and one to you?
2 of them are coming into our facility, one of which will be forwarded on to NASA.
Okay. I have so many questions about that, but I don't really, maybe it's not the time right now.
Okay. Anybody else have some questions? And by the way, those situations that I forget her first name.
Selena?
Selena.
Yeah.
Those situations where you have these experiences where you're doing travel with the soul, those are very important to step forward and share with people, because eventually, we'll have more and more people that, figure that out. And at that point, this whole thing of the government blocking spaceship flights will be, less important to them, because anybody can do it if they, via the soul. So this thing about them having all the control will lose its strength, if you will. So those are important things to share your experiences with.
John, are
Oh.
you thinking of Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Selena.
John, there is a difference between I have before soul traveling. Those are different, and the last time when I was inside the spaceship, it was like different. I am physically trying to lift it up, like my emotion was there, but my body is working with it. It is different kinds of feelings. It is different than soul traveling. You understand, right?
I understand, but
Yeah.
all of those experiences are part of, the understanding for everybody. So people are interested in those because it's the same things that they'll eventually go through, that within their own experiences.
Yeah. But still, I'm trying to connect again. But after that, I didn't. It's happened suddenly early in the morning. And another interesting thing, when I was trying to move the spaceship, it went up. And when I thinking about my body is close to the ceiling fan in second floor, so I'm thinking, oh, my body is touching the ceiling fan. So suddenly, my one side of the spaceship is touching the ground. It's like what is that tail? One side is like touching the ground. So a few time I did try to up, and I didn't fly, but I get up like 3-story building. And after that, I came to the first floor to take my daughter to the university. And she's telling me, Mom, early in the morning, somebody pushing your I have a big tub of plants. So she's saying, oh, somebody pushing your tub in the dark. And I said, oh, no. And I was laughing, and I told her, oh, my spaceship is touching the ground in the backyard. I don't know, it's happened. How did she heard that noise? But it wasn't in the physical, right? Oh my God.
Remember, I think you probably already know this, but keep protection around you. Keep a bubble of protective lights around you, so you don't end up in the wrong places.
Yeah, I need to learn something.
And John, are you at least initially thinking more on the level of interactions with the unit and the soul as far as traveling or moving? Are you thinking we're going to move the physicality, or a combination of both? I was thinking we'd start with the soul interacting that way, and then later on, as we develop or understand or fuel these systems, and then they would actually physically move, perhaps. Any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I go both ways on that. You've heard the um, thoughts that everything is inside of us. There's nothing that's outside of us. Um, it will be interesting as we start to experience it. You know, is the world outside of us or inside of us, and how does that show up in our reality? I think there's some things that we have to kind of go through and experience as in this human race to grasp how it really works. You know, when we see something, are we really seeing something, or is it inside of us that's projecting it? You know, it's the $1 million question, I guess, at this point.
Someday we need to explain more, a lot, what we understand.
Yeah.
Well, thank you very much for coming in and enlightening us and elevating our souls, John.
Okay.
It's very exciting. I know we've all been anticipating the arrival of these units. As you heard in our meeting there, it's been this week or next week or the week after. How's it going to be delivered and so on. But
I know this has been going on for a little while, but I think it's all about what they call divine timing.
Yep.
You know,
no
if you look at
question.
things that are going on in the world, you know, you can see that, well, maybe it really wasn't quite the right time,
Mhm.
you know, a month ago. But now we're starting to move into this area where, you know, things seem to be changing to, you know, allow things to come forward.
Yep.
Ed, anything else?
No.
Okay. Well, thank you, John, again for coming
Okay,
in
you're
and sharing with us.
Sorry to kind of come in at the end there.
No,
but-
no, we're glad you've made it. It's very good. I know.
Thank you, John.
Oh, you're welcome.
Okay, so let's include Arizona in our elevation. When we do the 5+1, Raphael, I think you're still here. So Arizona is going to be on par with Austria, as I understand it, in a very similar manner. So we can include Austria as well in these elevations or enhancements of things in our daily intentions.
You mean Arizona?
Yes, Austria as well. It should be on par.
Oh, yeah.
And Raphael is doing daily intentions, and on Wednesday, I think they're doing the 5+1 specifically. And so please include Arizona as well as Austria. Thank you. Okay, anything else from anybody else? Let's play this short clip about the classes that will begin. I think it's June 11th. And again, limited. You can find it on the Keshe store and sign up there. Again, they're not going to be televised or recorded, as I understand it. So it would probably be for those people in Europe or anyone who would like to visit Linz. But you're going to have to make your reservation and be sure you're in that class. Otherwise, you may make 2 trips to Europe. Okay. Let me share again. We'll play this clip and the new tomorrow from Lisa, the final disclaimer, and the meeting will end. Anyone else have any questions for John? Or anything else you've been wanting to bring up, but you've hesitated?
I will connect with John. I wish to.
I think that's a great idea.
Yeah. Me too. Thank you.
While we are in this subject about the technology, as we said last week and the week before, Keshe Foundation has started a teaching for those of you who are beginners or you want to make the perfect ganses and how to make ganses and how to use the plasma technology. We have started workshops in Keshe Foundation Linz, and it will be once a month at the moment till we add other parts to it. And the first workshop starts on the 11th of June. Maximum capacity is about 20 people. One of the well-known knowledge seekers in production of gases, he's there, and he will lead the workshop. And if you go on the Keshe Foundation website, it's already there. You can book yourself for the workshop. It's a Saturday from 10 to 6 on the 11th of June. We're hoping the following week after that, we'll announce it next week. It'll be for those who do the pottery, and a week after maybe for the painting and the sculpture. And one of our long-term knowledge seekers, we call around us, will teach these things with you, and you can make your own pots and everything else for pressure or what you call sugar or the rest of it, or other things you want to test. And Rick, I'll send you a link on the private chat. You can put that up. That's the link you need to go to book your place. If you go on the private chat where I communicate with you, I posted the link. You can go to the Keshe Foundation shop, and from there link up with the workshops and register. And if it passes the number, you'll be put to the next month workshops. Have you seen it, Rick?
Yeah, I'll put that up now.
There's a what do you call it, a fee of €350 for the day, and we supply you with the material which you need in the workshop to do, and even with the pottery, the ovens and the clays and everything else will be provided. And if you need to buy any additional material that you do at home or whatever, will be done. We are hoping to have one of our knowledge seekers teach you how to do like a crochet knitting and making dolls and things that are embedded with the ganses for different feelings and emotions. You will see this on sale on the Keshe Foundation shop in the next few weeks. That is a new product line, and the person who makes them will run a workshop, maybe 1 or 2 workshops for those of you who want to learn how to do it. You can register for it, and we try to bring more technical teachings on this side. I have to explain again, the Keshe Foundation in the coming time will release the name of one of the leading agencies, hopefully for employment, to work with Keshe Foundation around the world. With the structures we are setting up, that this agency will be, hopefully once we complete our work with them, will be the sole way to be employed in the Keshe Foundations around the world. It doesn't matter which country you're in, to be employed, if you're a knowledge seekers or not or whatever, you have to go through this agency, and they do all the checking and everything needs to be done before you're employed by the Keshe Foundation. So if you want to start learning and going to the workshop at Keshe Foundation at Linz, this is the place. And nobody else, anywhere else says we teach what is in Linz or whatever, just ignore it. It's not done, it's done by our knowledge seekers the way they've done over years, but this is the way we control, this is the way it should be done, the way we do it. And we try to expand the application of the technology that hopefully once you learn it, you teach it. Don't come to these classes that you just come to be in a one-day workshop. Try to share the technology and knowledge with others as you learn. Any other question?
In the world of creation, we had the two extremes, except in the case of the Creator and Mitra, where we could never bring the functionality of the soul within the functionality of physicality. We had the physicality hidden within the soul, or soul within the physicality, or in conjunction of the two, one would never have the understanding of the totality, where we could transit but exist in both directions. With the new cycle, this is what Einstein said: when you turn one atom, the other atom changes. This new dimension will blow that field which commonly exists between all the cells of the universe into that position, which means all the created things, as a gift from the Creator in a way, become able to transmute between the two dimensions. There's a reason for this, and it's taken a long time for it to be done, and it has reached its pinnacle and it will be completed. It's already in the process of being completed. Was to take from the essence of the soul of every created things of the time, beginning of time, an essence of the creation of the soul or the center, and create a new creature which carries all the essence of the created in the new soul, which can with it go from the soul of the Creator to the soul of physicality of Mitra. This is what the whole knowledge is. The Creator is the universe, and Mitra the dimension of physicality and its behavior towards the dimension of physicality. And with a new system, every creature in the universe will have the understanding of the capability to transmute between the two. This has a lot of implication for all races in the universe, because now they all become the same. In the coming time, we will see even change in the position of galaxies, position of universes. Many systems will move due to the changes which has been brought. Man doesn't have that knowledge as such to monitor, but we'll have the knowledge to see, we'll have the time to see that with the new fields, as we call it, a lot of things will move in the right position to keep that ability to change between the two. That you don't need to kill to keep the physicality going, you don't need to steal, and the soul does not need to be engaged or to escape.
I cut out carbs, sugar. It was just not sustainable. Boom, I gained it back so fast.
I don't actually know what has happened here. Maybe I can go back to it. Nope. Okay, let's see. Is that button? Nope. I don't know why that ended so abruptly like that. It wasn't supposed to, and now it doesn't seem to be there anymore. Okay, let me just, I don't think that's it. All right, very good. We'll leave it there. The video was A New Tomorrow, which you can find in the Keshe portal. And we will play the final disclaimer and the meeting will end. Thank you all again for being here today.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.